Gotcha.
Mine is not working. Just as predicted.
Unplug it.
Unplug it and plug back in. There you go.
Nope.
All right, welcome everybody to the Board of Directors Indian Wells Valley Water District Regular Board Meeting this Monday, June 8th, 2026. I'm going to call us to order exactly 4:30. With that, Chuck, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you.
My phone not silent. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
By turning it off here once and then back on again.
Working now.
Thank you, Chuck. Roll call, please.
President Kaczynski,
Present.
Vice President St. Amand,
Present.
Director Griffin,
Present.
Director Ritora,
Here.
Director Boyd.
Here.
Thank you. Posting of agenda declaration, please.
The agenda for today's regular board meeting and public hearing was posted on June 4th, 2026.
Thank you. Conflicts of interest declarations.
President Kaczynski,
None.
Vice President St. Amand,
None.
Director Griffin,
None.
Director Ritora,
None.
Director Boyd.
None.
Thank you. So with that, I'll open up for any public comments or questions on a closed session. I don't see anybody online or in the audience. So with that, I'll go ahead and close this open session at 4:30. We'll call it 4:32 and we'll go into closed session. Thank you.
Testing, testing.
Thank you. Oh, we got chairs for everybody? We're all set up? Okay. All right. Well, welcome, everybody. We closed the closed session at 5:50. And before I move on and open up, yes, it is. No, that's not us. I can hear. Is my mic on? Okay. So the closed session finished at 5:50, and I'm officially opening this, reopening this open session at, I believe, I can see it, 6 o'clock. So with that, the first thing I'd like is for our attorney to do a report on the closed session.
Met with the staff and legal counsel on the items under closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure. I lost my buffer. Hang tight. That's all.
I know they keep falling off. All right. I welcome everybody. Bear with us. We have a couple short items that we need to go through before we get to, I'm sure which one you're interested in is 10B. So with that, I'll open up for public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forward for consideration by the board. When you are recognized by the chairperson, please state your name for the record. So with that, I'll open up for public questions and comments for items not on the agenda.
Okay, my name is Mike Neal, once again here, and I was encouraged the last meeting to hear Mr. Ritora bring up the point that he wanted to have an agenda item for discussion and consideration of getting an initiative of some form or something else equivalent to stop the payment of replenishment fees to the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. I've been advocating that in one way or the other for quite some time. And for those who don't know the details of the Groundwater Authority's funding, right here is where most of their money comes from. The biggest chunk of dollars that goes in to feed the undesirable actions of the Groundwater Authority, to most of us at least, comes from the water district ratepayers who get charged a large fee for anything over 2,000 cubic feet of water per month. And I stated over and over again that if you cut off the funding, the GA won't be able to do much of anything, because you're the most lucrative amount of funding that out of any source that these guys get coming into their pockets. However, I don't see anything like that on the agenda. So open for response and education about why not. If there is not a good why not, I'm telling you that I'm really disappointed not to see it on here.
Any comment, question for the board about it?
Judy Decker. I'd like to welcome all of you people here. I'm a regular attendee of the Water District meeting as well as the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority meeting. And I'm here to tell you that government works better when the public participates in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, any more public comment? I see someone we have online, so I'll go to the caller. Caller?
Hello, this is Renee Westelos. Can you hear me?
Turn up the volume, whoever needs to. We can't quite hear you.
Yeah, well, I can't hear most of the speakers that came to the podium, but I've got my volume turned up all the way and I'm speaking as close to my computer. Can you still not hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, my question has to do with the Indian Wells Valley Water District 2026-2027 General Fund proposed budget. There's a special board meeting to cover that this Thursday at 1 o'clock.
That's correct.
Will people be able to attend that and ask questions about the budget?
Yes, it's an open session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close this portion of the agenda and move on to the public hearing for Assembly Bill 2561. This is required as a public agency to present the status of vacancy, recruitments, and retention efforts at the public hearing at least once per fiscal year. So this is a requirement by law. So who's handling that? Isabel, thank you.
Yes. So currently at the district, we have 2 vacancies. That puts us at a 6.25 vacancy rate. Our vacancies are the associate engineer, which that position recently opened up and won't be filled until January just due to budget. Another one of our vacancies, it was offered internally, so it is in the process of being filled. We are just waiting for the candidate to get the appropriate licensing. For our recruitment, we always offer any open positions internally first. Once we choose candidates, they're interviewed by a panel, and then if a candidate is chosen, they're offered the position. Otherwise, we extend it to the public, usually on social media.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by the board for Isabel? Not from you? Nothing? Anything for the public? If I keep doing this, I'm trying to see a number behind you. So, thank you. All right. Hearing none,
Close the public hearing.
I'm sorry?
I am to close the public hearing.
Yes, I close public hearing officially, yes. Yeah. We need to get you a cover for your mic right there, or else you need to step back a little bit.
They fixed the problem by living in my old mic.
Yeah. Jim, do we need to take any action on this, or just the fact that we did the presentation as required by the bill? We're okay? Sufficient? Thank you.
Question for Jim.
Yes.
You started to say something after Mike Neal. Did I misread your body language?
All I was going to say is that we're going to bring something back to the board about the initiative in July. We've got a lot of stuff going on right now, but we heard Stan and it'll be on the July agenda. That's all.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to current business. Consent calendar. This is for the approval of the board meeting and minutes and accounts payable disbursements, approval of the minutes from May 11th, 2026, regular board meeting, and approval of accounts payable disbursements. Do I hear a motion from the board to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions before we go through a vote? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to 10B, which is the data center presentation. George Kroll, I believe, is he going to be, he's going to be on Zoom? Okay.
Ron, can you hear me okay?
Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can we turn up our volume?
We're going to have to turn them up.
We're going to turn up the volume. Give us a moment.
Okay.
You used to be able to walk straight through, you see.
George, say test, test.
See, your IT guy goes out for a while and then we're lost. I think that was the volume for us. George, say something.
Yeah, okay. I got some feedback from my lovely wife that she can hear me fine online. Can you hear me okay there in the room?
We can.
Well, definitely as soon as we solve this other problem. So we can hear you where we are.
Okay.
Everybody turn their mics off while George's talking.
Just the slides.
Are we set?
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to begin.
Or-
Let me know
everything
when
sounds
the
good. Let's
data
go
center
ahead and,
overview slide is up, and then we'll go to
who's handling
the
slides.
agenda slide.
We're ready to start. Let's go, George.
Okay, so this is a neutral presentation to advise the board about the facts on data center. It's not advocate to take some sort of position. I do want to mention, I saw the city council meeting and there were some questions about whether or not people had been to data centers or around data centers. I had the privilege of working for DoD and managing the maintenance of several data centers and also a software group that used data centers. So I do have some knowledge, although I will never claim to be an expert on data centers, but just to give that little background. So I'm going to talk a little about what data centers are, what they do. I'm going to compare them a little bit to other businesses with respect to electrical power usage, water usage, talk about their pollution potential. Then we'll move into some California regulatory developments with respect to data centers. And then we'll end talking about this proposed data center out in Inyokern. With that, we will move to the next slide. What is a data center? So essentially, a data center is just a massive computer. It both processes information and stores data. And I'm going to go, I have a lot of verbiage here, which wasn't supposed to be on this one, on my slide, but I will move now to the slide entitled, How Does It Work, with a lot of pictures. Are we all tracking?
Yes, that's what we're looking at, George.
Okay, so I just want to use a phone as an example. So when you use Google on your phone and you say, hey, what is a data center, to Google, that gets transmitted to a cell tower, which then gets transmitted through fiber optics to a giant Google data center. It looks out on the World Wide Web, which is really just a bunch of other data centers. It figures out where it wants you to look. It transmits it back to the cell tower and back to your phone. What is so amazing about this technology in today's world, as we all know, is it appears that that's just happening on your phone because it happens so quickly. So what we want to understand is that these data centers are sort of behind a lot of the things that we do today with our phones, our computers, even our cars and our home intelligent devices. So just so we have a basic understanding of why they exist, and this is why. If we can move to the next slide, what all is in a data center. And I have a picture here of a tablet with a bunch of apps. And virtually every app on your phone or every program you use on your computer is tied to some sort of data center. So what are in these data centers? The whole the World Wide Web, that's all on data centers when you go out and search the web. When people say, you know, when your phone gets too full of memory and you have too many pictures and your lovely phone provider says for, you know, $4.99 a month, we'll put your information on a cloud. What they're really saying is you're going to rent some space in a data center. We're going to put all your pictures and videos out there on that data center. When you use phone, text, or video, that all goes through data centers. And you know, as many of us know, a lot of your text messages and your videos are stored on those data centers almost indefinitely. When you're playing online games or when you're using a streaming service for your TV entertainment, these are all those movies, all that game stuff, they're all stored on data centers and transmitted to your TV or computer. Finally, when you use all these great apps like mapping, directions, logging into your bank account, checking the stock market, those too are all in data centers. So just a broad overview of the way that today's world exists. So much of what we do is linked to these data centers. So it's just a quick background for anyone who is really sort of like, what in the world is going on in these data centers? And it's a whole lot. So I think with that, we can move to the next slide, which is sort of a brief history of these data centers. And, you know, data centers didn't just come out of nowhere. They sort of evolved. We started with large computers in the 40s and 50s. In the 60s and 70s, they started creating mainframes and they created the transistor. We had miniaturization of things. We have home computers. We saw supercomputers develop. And this is the era where people started to figure out that these bigger, larger computers needed to have climate controls. Then in the 80s and 90s, we saw this explosion of the internet. with server rooms, email, AOL, database stuff. And this is where modern sort of data center structures began. They began to look like and what you see today with the, giant halls with rows and rows of server racks and memory storage devices. So then in the 2000s and the 2010s, with the advent of the smartphone in particular, then cloud computing, which really means just we're going to put your computing out on a data center instead of doing it on the computer on your desktop. This is when we saw the massive growth in the data center size and the number of data centers. That's why we have something like 3,000 data centers in the United States today. Now, generally, it's worth noting this was not really regulated, and it really wasn't something that was a hot topic for the mainstream person at that time. But then that sort of changed in the 2020s. AI came along, this artificial intelligence, and we started having streaming and edge computing, which is sort of having a data center close to you that has all your pictures and the things you want to get to. And there was this growing demand for them, and in particular in the energy, water, and other sections. And it started to constrain resources. And I'm going to call this the era of resource constraints, particularly for power and water. This is when the amount of electricity and the amount of water these data centers were using started to grow to the point that, not only local people noticed, but state governments and the federal government. And we'll move to the next slide so we can talk a little about that. So we're going to talk a little about the regulations and regulations, for probably the first 4 or 5 decades, there were really not much more than building codes that regulate them. You applied for a building permit, you were in compliance with the electrical code and the plumbing code, and you were good. In the 1990s and 2000s, some local areas, particularly local areas, started having zoning regulations and building permits, but still local stuff. There were environmental rules such as the EPA's clean energy standards, which were voluntary. Of course, there were OSHA safety standards, and there were a lot of industry standards we talked about. Like the industry itself developed standards for things like what's the temperature need to be inside, what's the reliability need to be. But there were still very few governmental data center specific regulations. Now, from the 2010s to the 2020s in the United States, there were no broad federal mandates other than a general support for these data centers. The Department of Energy did have some regulations about energy use, and that started. But this was this period of rapid expansion, and I will just say that there was little public awareness as this expansion happened. And in many states, actually the ones that really have a lot of data centers, perhaps like Virginia, started offering tax breaks and incentives to bring data centers into their state so they could benefit from the tax revenue. Then the 2020s came along, and artificial intelligence and the need for energy began driving actual regulations. Now, what we've seen is typically the regulations are local, the states are starting to get on board, but the federal push in these data centers has really been for faster approval for these data centers. And I think what you hear on the news, at least from the federal government, is that we need to stay ahead of China in the AI world, and we want more data centers. And now states are starting to get involved. In my research, I discovered that there were over 200 state bills in 2025 alone about data centers. Now, some of them may have been pro data centers, some of them may have been more what we'll talk about a little bit later, sort of getting them to tell us how much water and electricity they use and other things. But we see many more of these type of regulations coming up in 2026. So we'll move to the next slide, which is looking at electric power use. So we're going to compare sort of like how much power, when people say data centers use a lot of power, what does that really mean? So in the United States, we used 4,058 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity in total in 2025. And that was about, 1,514 was residential, 1,493 was commercial, and these data centers sort of fall in this industrial category. And you see there's about 1,042, and the big hitters are like mining, with 130 terawatts and chemicals with 120 terawatts. But data centers have quickly surpassed them with somewhere around 180 terawatts in 2024 and growing rapidly. This is what really got people's attention. Like these data centers suddenly were using more electricity than some of the traditional really high users of electric power. Warehousing was not, you couldn't even find data on those. Farming was far less as well, just as a comparative thing. Even when you include the terawatts used to generate fertilizer and other things. So in comparison, data centers are one of the biggest industrial users of electricity and growing rapidly. Now, the nice thing about that information is it did come from a federal government agency, the U.S. Energy Information Agency, and that's nice to know because you have some level of confidence that they're collecting that data in a uniform manner. And the bottom line is this power use really is that big concern that people have with data centers. And it's really about how much power they use for how big they are and this high growth rate and the need to manage it. So then we'll go on to water, which is more central to what we at the water district are concerned with. Now, in the United States, the potable water that was produced was somewhere around 13.5 trillion gallons. And I got that from the U.S. Geological Survey. And then you try to find data on data center water use. And I'll just point out that like this 2023 estimate of 17 billion gallons, that's from theconversation.com. No idea who that is. It could be as high, I picked the high one, 73 billion gallons by 2028 or 0.5% of our total water use. That was mostpolicyinitiative.org. And what I'm pointing out here is that there is a lack of a centralized government database that really talks about or tracks how much water these data centers use. And that's really concerning to us, because it would be really helpful to understand how much do these data centers use? Are there water efficient ones? Are there not water efficient ones? But it's really difficult to find. But one thing that everyone agrees upon is that everybody says that when it comes to water, local conditions matter for water use. And we will talk a little bit more about that later. So let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk about pollution from data centers. So the major concern, and we'll put high energy demand in the pollution category because energy is generated from power plants, which often create pollution. So greenhouse gas emissions, for example, are a big issue. How much is that going to increase, from burning more coal and natural gas to power these data centers? Evaporative cooling systems and wastewater are huge issues as well. The land use, habitat disruption, those are big issues. Those are really national level concerns that they talk about. When you see this, when I say lesser concerns, it's not that they're lower level concerns, it's lesser from a national standpoint, but things that are really big from a local standpoint are, what about air pollution? What about noise pollution? What about the e-waste that's going to generate? Where's that going to go? What about increased mining for rare earth minerals to build all these data centers? Because they use a ton of that kind of material. So those are a lot of issues you'll see locally. So now we'll move to the next slide, water pollution issues in particular. Now I have a couple pictures here. Now the one on the left is a picture of a nuclear power plant, which uses a giant evaporative cooling system. And you see all that steam coming off those giant evaporative coolers. And a lot of people will recognize that as a typical site around a nuclear power plant. On the right, you see a giant data center, and on top, you see all of these cooling units. This one is probably a more highly efficient type of data center that uses somewhat less water, but they're probably circulating water through or some sort of liquid through there, and they're going up on the roof, and fans are blowing air through them. But these two can use a pretty good amount of water. So you have to worry about the water because when you put water into the data center, there's all these pipes and they have to put corrosion inhibitors in there. They want biocides in there because they don't want the pipes to get clogged up. If you're evaporating the water, all that stuff gets concentrated because the water will evaporate off, but all these chemicals will not. and the natural salinity will not. Think about your car. When you spray your car with water to wash it, and you leave spots and the spots evaporate, there's a little bit of white spot there. That's the salinity we're talking about. So the other problem for data centers that use high water volumes, these really large ones that use tremendous amounts of water, if they just send that to the local wastewater treatment plant, that can be a problem for the wastewater treatment plant itself. And that's more on a national level, but it gives you an overview of some of the issues with water that we are concerned about. Let's go to the next slide. And I wanted to talk a little bit. This is not my area of expertise, but I did my best. So the approval process for this data center here in California. So first I'll say, if that data center were built on, say, BLM land, or it was using federal funding to get built, it would have to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. But because it's a private endeavor on private land, it will only be subject to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, but not NEPA. And so the California Energy Commission is the lead agency. I think everybody knows that pretty much. But as the lead agency, it shouldn't just consider energy. It needs to also consider water, land use, species, ecosystems, noise pollution, light pollution. And when they do this CEQA review, as the lead agency, they're supposed to look at all of these issues. Now, as this goes through that process, the CEC can say, we don't think your application meets our standards, and they can deny it, or they can approve it. And if they approve it, they're going to issue an approved CEQA document that describes all the things they're supposed to be doing, and all the pollution and all the impacts that they have, and why they've either been mitigated or are acceptable. And then if that happens, everything kind of shifts to the local level. The county, the local air pollution control district, the wastewater management people, water quality. And it is worth noting that, as the Indian Wells Valley Water District, for this particular project, we have no approval or disapproval. They can't come to us for a permit, but we are taking a significant interest in this because we too draw off this aquifer. So let's go to the next slide. And this sort of walks us through what happens if the CEQA document gets passed on to the county. So there's going to be a bunch of secondary regulations. Those diesel generators will require air permits. They'll have to be Tier 4 certified, all that fun stuff. So there'll be air permitting, wastewater permitting. How are they going to treat the wastewater? Where's it going to go? They have to comply with building and zoning enforcement. There could be endangered species or land use issues. And then there's this other thing, which is the county conditional use permit. Now, as I understand it, in Kern County, the Planning Commission staff will review this CEQA document, and they will make a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission will have a public meeting, and they will say, we are either going to approve this conditional use permit or not approve it. If it's approved, then it can be that decision can then be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. So just so we all sort of understand, at least in general sense, the process that this project will go through. With that said, we can move on to California law developments. And we're going to talk a little bit about the laws that regulate these data centers. So I could really only find one law on the books that is specific to data centers. This is SB 57, I believe it was 2025, and it requires the Public Utilities Commission to report on whether the data center's use of electricity will increase the rates for other customers. In other words, are all these data centers popping up everywhere and everyone else's electric bill is going up because of it? Now, that report's not due until January 1, 2027, but I'm sure it will be of great interest to the people that are here today. And that, if you want information on that, Steve Padilla, who's a state senator, was the author, and you can go to his website and read about that. There was another law that was proposed, AB 93, that was going to require water use reporting, and it was vetoed by Governor Newsom on October 11, 2025, and I got that information straight off the governor's website, which is gov.ca.gov. Probably an interesting one for us to look at. There are a few other state level laws that are specific to data centers currently, but there are a number that are in work. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time on this one, data center California law developments, and we're going to talk about the new regulations that are sort of relevant to what we're talking about. So one regulation would be SB 886. And what that basically says is we're going to put tariffs on these data centers to pay for the electrical infrastructure that is needed so they can have the power for their electrical demands. Essentially saying you data centers have to pay for what you use. SB 887 is a bill that's going to prohibit CEQA exemptions for data centers. So you can't have some data center come along and for some excuse or another say, oh, we're exempt from CEQA and we're not going to go through that process, which that seems to probably be a sensible thing. Then there's AB 1577, and it requires both energy and water consumption reporting. So data centers would have to start reporting to us how much water and electricity they use. AB 2619 is a really interesting one for us because it's about the planning requirements. So when you're in the planning stage for them, you have to do detailed water use disclosure and planning for these data centers when you're in that planning stage. Another sensible idea. AB 2469 is a permitting. This one has an interesting clause, and it's more focused to make sure that the permitting of these data centers is good, but it also has requirements that data centers would pay for water infrastructure needed to operate, similar to 886, which would require them to pay for electrical infrastructure. So that's an interesting bill to follow. Now, this is not a comprehensive list. None of these are law yet. And, there's, as we saw, some of these could get all the way to the governor's desk and be vetoed. So interesting stuff for all of us to follow. And I think with that, we can go on to the next slide. And we'll talk a little bit about the Inyokern data center itself and its proposed water usage. Now, their proposal, basically, and there'll be a slide that sort of shows this graphically, shows that their plan, or at least their proposal, says they're going to significantly reduce the water use through what's called dry cooling. And dry cooling, I guess I would like to describe it this way. We live in a valley where a lot of people use swamp coolers and a lot of people have air conditioners, and you could cool a data center either way. You could use sort of a swamp cooler approach where you use a lot of water, or you could use a air conditioner approach where you use a lot of electricity. And that's sort of the trade-off that you see. What they're proposing is one that would use probably significantly more electricity, but significantly less water through dry cooling. So then I looked up what kind of standards, like what does the temperature inside need to be for this data center to operate? And ASHRAE, which is a professional organizations of heating and cooling and air conditioning engineers, they get together and they make these standards up. They're not laws, but they're generally guidelines created by engineers. So they say that, a data center should be 64 to 81 degrees inside. I did some more research, and it sounds like dry cooling can achieve this ASHRAE standard when the outside temperatures are approximately below 90 degrees without using any water. Now, when it's above 90 degrees, they're going to have to use that supplemental extra water to cool the data center. So, we'll look a little bit at a graph now. There should be a graph up there that shows what the proponent has proposed. And you see that some data centers use upwards of 1,500 acre feet of water if they're just evaporating it off, similar to those giant cooling towers you see associated with nuclear power plants. But their water use, what they're projecting, if all went well and their engineers were good and correct, they would use about 42 acre feet. To put that in sort of a context locally, that would be somewhere north of about the same amount of water 100 homes, with a family of 3 or 4 or 5 would use for the water district. That's about the level of water they're claiming to use. So that's what they're claiming. The problem is that it's really difficult to find out, are there real examples out there in the real world that this is true? Are there really, really finding solid data or good examples? There are a few out there that we're looking at and we're trying to get more information from. And I'll just take this moment to say the people who build data centers, the giant corporations that run these, have done a good job in making it very difficult to find out information on them. So we'll talk a little bit about on the next slide, sort of some of the concerns we have with data centers. And, clearly, we're worried about what if they use more water than they estimate. That would be the biggest concern. And it's so hard to get data on this. So that's really difficult. We're worried about how the adjudication impact the data center. How significant will light and noise pollution be? We don't have a lot of data on that, and we'd like to know to what extent they will invest in local infrastructure as well. So those are some of the questions that we had, that are hard to answer. And with that, we can go to the last slide, and I believe we can see if Ron wants to open it up to the public or the board to make comments or ask me questions.
What I'd like to do is be able to open up to the public first, George, and then the board can comment afterwards. What I would like, I thank all of you for coming. I know you'll respect the board and you'll respect each other on your comments. Try to avoid any repeat comments or questions. So basically, if somebody gets up and says, I oppose it for such reason, if you oppose it, come up and say, I oppose it for that reason. Try to give everyone a chance to speak. I do notice I have 18 people that may be calling in. I don't know how many questions I'll get from them. So what I want to do first is go ahead and open up to the public for comments and or questions. Questions could be directed at George at this particular point. And let's head it from there. And please give your name. Try to keep it to 5 minutes if you can, please. So who wants to go first? Oh, there we are. I know you.
Hello, Lindsay Stevens. Thank you, George, for your presentation. I just wanted to point out, with those bills that are being proposed, many of them unfortunately won't apply to ones that are already underway. So that's one unfortunate thing. I'm happy to see that they're trying to pass laws to require them, especially with the water usage numbers, to firm that up. I would like to request that you all do what the city did and formally file to be intervener status with the California Energy Commission, because that will give you the most information and the most ability to voice your concerns and ask for more information. Obviously, there are many of us who are very opposed to this, and I was happy to see the Daily Independent has a poll up right now on asking what people's thoughts are on, even if they try to say they could mitigate them, would you still want it? And it just seems overwhelmingly like this is not a good thing for our valley overall, especially with the current water situation.
Thank you, Lindsay. If the board doesn't mind, if there's a simple question or comment to make, whether it be myself or someone on the board on any issue, maybe we could do it rather than try to build them all up. And I think, David, you have a comment on the intervener.
Yeah, with
status.
regards to intervener status, we've looked into that, and it may require us to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which, of course, if we got the status, then whatever we learned, we'd have to keep confidential. We don't think that would be particularly helpful for the community. The city of Ridgecrest is already applying for that status, so we're going to double check our conclusions and make sure that's correct. But that would be one reason not to dive on that status.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to make a comment to the first question or that was posed, or the first comment. I think it would be useful for the board to perhaps have me look into like which of these regulations might potentially be applicable to the data center in Inyokern, which might not. Oftentimes, if they're passed this year, they would become effective January 1, 2027. And it really is a legal question. Probably gonna need our legal community to help us with that, to understand like which of those would actually be applicable to this proposed data center. So that's a great question.
Thank you, George. Just to let the public know that any of these bills, if you contact the representative that's presenting the bill, they could be made retroactive. They're not through everything yet. They can be amended to be retroactive if necessary. So where they stand now necessarily mean it blends in, and some of them may already be that way. I haven't read them thoroughly. Okay, next, please.
Hi, my name is Nina Sunseri, and thank you, George, for your presentation. I'd like to elaborate on the closed-loop hybrid cooling system as indicated on the website for the RB Inyo Kern data center. So I wanted to research what does that mean? It's kind of vague on the website. So the term closed-loop hybrid cooling system does not identify a single defined technology. Hybrid cooling refers to the use of multiple cooling methods, for example, air, liquid, or evaporative, while closed loop refers only to a recirculating fluid design within part of the system. A system described as closed loop hybrid may still include evaporative or water consumption cooling modes, and therefore the term alone does not establish the extent of water use or environmental impact. Simply stated, it's basically a system that can run different cooling modes. Some parts may reuse water, closed loop, but the system can still switch to water consuming cooling when needed. So the label doesn't tell you how much water it actually uses. What closed loop hybrid cooling system means, it's not a single standard technology. It's a combination of two separate ideas. It combines cooling techniques and then it switches between them depending on the temperature and load. Closed loop uses a sealed system where water or coolant is recirculated, does not rely on continuous evaporation or discharge. Put together a cooling system that combines multiple cooling methods, hybrid, where at least one of the system uses recirculating closed loop fluid. What that usually looks like in a real data center based on industry descriptions is typically involves core setup, closed loop liquid cooling inside the facility. It circulates cooling throughout the pipes, no continuous water loss, plus hybrid features, air cooling for low density equipment, dry coolers or free cooling outside air, and then optional water assisted evaporating cooling during extreme heat. Industry explicitly notes a hybrid system often combine closed loop dry cooling plus evaporative or air assisted. Now, the nuance here is closed loop hybrid does not guarantee low water use. Even if part of the system is closed loop, the system may still include wet evaporative modes, water use during hot conditions. Hybrid systems are designed to switch modes when needed. Why developers use this phase? From a messaging standpoint, it allows them to imply all of the following at once: efficient, low water, advanced technology, tailored for desert climate. But technically, it does not tell you how often wet cooling is used, whether evaporated cooling is included, actual annual water consumption drivers. For CEQA, which is the next step, regulatory implication, the phrasing is not sufficiently specific to evaluate impacts. What's missing is they must disclose it is fully closed loop under all conditions or only partial. Does it include evaporated cooling? Does it include adiabatic water assistant cooling? What percentage of operation uses dry mode versus wet mode? What triggers switching? So for 99 megawatt data center, what's indicated on their website is 49 acre feet per year, which is unusually low. Many facilities use 20 to 50 times that amount. That number only works if the system almost never uses water, including during 105-degree heat. Never gets that hot here, right? The project hasn't shown how that's achievable. Short answer, 49 acre feet per year for 99 megawatts data center is extremely low compared to typical water use for that scale, especially in a desert climate. It's only plausible if the facility is primarily dry cooled, near zero water design, and uses very limited evaporative cooling. So you convert the project number, 49 acre feet per year is approximately 16 million gallons per year. That becomes 44,000 gallons per day. compared to typical industry ranges, and this is based on a desert climate data center. Typical evaporative cooled data centers, 18,500 gallons per day per 1 megawatt. For 100 megawatt, that converts to 1.8 million gallons per day, 650 million gallons per year, 2,000 acre feet per year. Another industry benchmark is that 100 megawatt facility is 1 to 4 million gallons per day. So what would be realistic to be true for 49 acre feet per year to be realistic? For that low number to be credible, the system would need to operate fundamentally different than standard hybrid systems. It would require, one, primarily dry cooling, air-based, most of the year. Two, minimal reliance on evaporative cooling, even at 105 degrees Fahrenheit. And then possibly closed-loop cooling, very limited, closed-loop cooling, very limited wet trim or adiabatic assist, and aggressive efficiency, high operating temperatures. The desert climate problem is that summer temperatures can reach about 105 degrees Fahrenheit. Dry cooling efficiency declines sharply as temperatures increase. Industry reality is hybrid systems typically switch to evaporative cooling precisely during peak heat. That is when, one, water use spikes. Two, cooling demand is highest. This isn't speculation. It's how hybrid systems are designed to operate. Why this creates a credibility gap based on the data: if the system behaves like a standard hybrid design, 49 acre feet per year is not realistic. If the 49 acre feet per year is accurate, then the system must be, one, operating mostly in dry mode, two, very rarely using evaporative cooling, which raises new questions. Can it maintain performance at 105 degrees Fahrenheit? What redundancy exists during extreme heat? Conclusion: the project's stated water use of 49 acre feet per year is significantly below industry norms for a 9,900 megawatt data center, where evaporative cooled facilities commonly use hundreds of thousands of acre feet annually. Such a low value would only be realistic if the facility operates primarily on dry or near zero water cooling and uses minimal evaporative cooling, even during extreme desert temperatures. However, hybrid cooling systems typically rely more heavily on water-based cooling during high heat conditions, raising a substantial question as to whether the stated water use reflects actual peak and annual operating conditions without detailed disclosure. And that's a biggie. It's been a lack of transparency. Without detailed disclosure of cooling mode operation and temperature performance, the reasonableness of the water estimates cannot be verified. Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you, Nina, for clarifying with George. If you have any response, I would like it. George did.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll have to say,
detailed.
Yeah, I would have to say that was an excellent set of comments. It was very spot on. I'll try to simplify it in my own engineering way. Think of a closed loop system as what you have in your car. You have antifreeze in it, and it goes through the radiator and it goes round and round, and you're not adding antifreeze all the time. That's a closed loop cooling system for your engine. And so that is great as long as the temperature isn't too high. If any of you are as old as I am and you remember driving through the desert in the super high temperature periods, you might stop at a gas station and spray some water on your radiator to help cool your engine down. That would be the evaporative cooling that she's talking about. And that's exactly how these systems work. What you do is you have this sort of a system similar to the cooling system in your car. You have a big radiator and a fan, and there's liquid circulating through. And then when it gets too hot, you have to start doing something extra. And generally that involves some sort of evaporative cooling system. That could be, you could spray water on it. You could run additional evaporative pad similar to like what you have in a swamp cooler. So it was actually a pretty good description of what's going on from an engineering standpoint, and lots of credit to the speaker for really doing her research.
Yeah, I want to thank Nina, but I also want to tell you that don't forget we told you to keep this short. So even though you had planned for a lot more on this, we cut you back to try to keep it as rudimentary as we can. So I do appreciate the further detailed analysis by Nina. So thank you. All right. Any other next? Do I know you?
Never seen you before in my life. Hi, my name is Jennifer Slayton, and I am one of several folks here in the community who have been very concerned about groundwater for a while. Happened to find each other and decided we were going to form a group called Taxpayers for Accountability for Our Groundwater, and have been advocating for some very important groundwater issues here in the Valley. So obviously when the data center came, the first thing that we thought about was our water, because that's our big concern. And so we had actually been talking to some environmental lawyers about what the best approach to take would be. And they actually suggested perhaps forming a 501c3 organization to get intervener status. We had the same question Director St. Amand did, though, which is, what? Me? No. But we had the same question, which was, do we have to sign an NDA? And what the lawyer who we spoke with said was, you would only have to sign an NDA to get access to confidential documents. So, for example, in this case, the one we know would be the SCEMOS, which really answers the electricity questions that a lot of us had. But it would also put a board in a place where they could respond to those appropriately in ways that we can't, because we are really locked out of those. So I do understand there's a lot of concern about NDAs across the country. At the same time, someone needs to have that information, and we do trust you, I think, among all the boards in the community to deal with that. A couple of other things that I think are worth bringing up too. George, I don't know if you laughed as hard as my husband did when you read the water supply assessment, but if you did bother to download that and read all, I think it was 280 pages, most of it doesn't even talk about our basin. It talks about the Kern sub-basin. There was the wrong baseline. They used the number of the usage instead of the availability, regardless of how under debate that currently is. And I think that really gets us to the most important point that I think the Water District has a really good voice to chime in on this issue, which is that large projects of this size are required under SB 610 to show that they have 20 years of water supply that's sustainable. So right now, we don't even know if we have 2 weeks of it, maybe like 3 weeks. I don't know, how long is the trial? 6 weeks, 8 years, months, I heard today. But we don't necessarily know if we have that water supply. We certainly don't know if Inyo Kern Community Services District has that water supply. And we really, really, really certainly don't know if Inyo Kern Community Service District has that capacity. But this board does have important things to say about all of those. So I would just really encourage the board to make sure that those are points that get to Sacramento. Obviously we're happy that the city is chiming in, but I know a lot of us really see this board as the one who's championing our water rights. And so, are we allowed to clap at this meeting? It's so weird. There we go. I apologize for that, Ron. But I do think this board has an important voice. They've been willing to stand up for things for our community that other people have maybe taken a different stance on. And I think that there are some really important issues around water, not just the total water supply, also the water pollution. George mentioned that. When you start to look at the Inyo Kern Community Services District could be the one treating that blowback, I can never remember. I mean, it's just a lot of concerns by the community that I think this board is very well positioned to speak on. So I hope that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. You said one thing very important. There's lots of unknowns. And I think what you'll find tonight as we continue with this, that's what our big concern is, lots of unknowns. We want to figure out what those unknowns are. Thank you. Next.
I do have a quick comment. One of the things that the board has discussed is taking a look at the legislation that's pertinent to this issue and making a determination as to whether the water district should support that legislation. And I would recommend that if in the presentation there was the list of legislation, that I would definitely contact those legislators. And one of them in particular, Assemblywoman Pappen, used to have a line in her legislation that would prohibit the installation of a data center in a basin that is considered to be in critical overdraft. She has since removed that line, and it might be helpful to remind her that that's an important consideration. Thank you.
All right, next.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You got to pull the mic down a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. Get up to the mic.
Hi.
There you go.
Okay, hi, I'm Brita Reed. I just wanted to say that I object to the data center. I unfortunately have to go grab my kid from martial arts, but I just wanted to squeeze that in there before I left, so thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next.
My name is Mike Beatty. My wife and I have a vested interest in this valley. Most of our life savings have gone into our property. If this thing comes to fruition and the and their estimates on their water usage are incorrect and they use much more water, this is an existential problem here, folks. It affects everybody in IWV, every one of us. I don't know how many people in this room know what an acre foot of water is. I'll put it in perspective. The average city lot, you combine 4 of those, and 50 acre feet is a 10-story building sitting on those lots. That's a lot of water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorena Daniels, and I'm super nervous, but I'm happy to be here. That was a great presentation. I'm a resident of Inyoker, and because we had a grand jury investigation because we did not have safe water delivered to us, we were then looked at and we had a board change, and then we had our rates increased 3 times. And now we have this flat meter rate. And so we don't even know how much water we're using because our infrastructure is dilapidated. It is not reliable. And I do understand that they've addressed a few of the grand jury concerns, because maybe you guys don't know about that. They have addressed some, but not all of them. And so what happened from there was that Brian, I call him the water god, he said that Inyoker and IWV need to merge. And so the board was supposed to be working with you guys and vice versa to get us some safe water and to get our well back up. And he was going to provide money, oversight, and stuff. Anyway, I'm curious where we stand with that, because now we have a data center that has come in to the town's like 120 years old. Our infrastructure is ragged. Our sewers, the pipes, all of this. So I want to know where IWV is. We need you guys. We are in big trouble with this data center, and I don't know that we're qualified to even understand or make a decision on it with the board that's in place. It's not personal, it's just how I feel. I wanted to know where the legal part, when you guys were supposed to come together in Kumbaya, where was the data center in that timeline? And what was your position? And we need you as citizens to give us safe drinking water. It's a mess. And that was it.
You know, you did really well.
So am I allowed to answer her?
But you can, yeah, or Jim can answer where we are in the process, and then you can go on from there if you like.
Yeah, to answer your question on the Kumbaya, well, it did not happen in that mode. We did meet with Inyoker, and we, to put it politely, the water district did not want to take over in Inyoker Community Service District. It was not our desire. As a board, we were directed by the state. Director Boyd and I were the committee that met with them. We were directed by the state to meet with them, and if the state wanted us to come together in an agreement to somehow help them and consolidate. We did not reach an agreement, so we sent a letter to the state letting them know that we did not reach an agreement together, and at this point, we're waiting on the state to respond with how they want us to proceed from there.
Just a quick clarification. We would have preferred that the Inyoker Community Services District were able to stand on its own, but that does not look likely.
they were trying to build an argument that they could stand on their own. We applauded what they were trying to do. I sat in on the meeting that the state had in October.
Yeah.
In October. And it was pretty clear from the state that they had lost faith in CSD's ability to work themselves out of this problem and really were pushing for this consolidation. And as Director Griffin mentioned, we weren't in the business of going out and forcing consolidations. We're basically being required to. The state had said that they would have a second meeting, which should have happened in the past month or so. I think they're a little bit past due, but they may be preparing what their arguments are going to be. At which point we believe they threatened in October that they were going to start the process of a required consolidation that would be under state control. And so we're anticipating that, but they have not been communicating with us recently to give us a clear picture on where they are.
And the state mandated consolidation would have come with funds that would have been used for repairing, updating, and improving the water distribution system in the Inyakern Community Services District area.
Which is a very important point for all of the current IWV Water District ratepayers. This would not be a bill that you would be expected to pay. The state will be paying for all of the infrastructure requirements. We would use our staff working with CSD to do the engineering and the estimating, which would also be paid for by the state if we were required to do this consolidation, which hasn't been mandated yet. But it would be paid for by state resources, not local.
And one more consideration with the consolidation is that if Inyakern Community Services District were to be joined up with the Indian Wells Valley Water District, that would give the residents of Inyakern an opportunity to vote for members of the board of directors here on the water district.
Okay. If you have a comment, I need you to go up to the.
Yeah, a quick reminder to everyone, please speak into your mics. I think I'm speaking for a lot of us online. There are some people come through a little more clear than others, and it can be hard to hear at times.
Okay, thank you, George. So you had a question? Do you want to go ahead and?
Are you guys done yet? Hi.
Yeah, the lady behind you would just
Had a question.
question.
Did you want to go ahead real quick?
Yeah.
My name is Barbara Bain. I have a question about whether the Inyakern wastewater treatment facility, whatever that is has the ability to handle the effluent of water from the data center.
I don't believe that we're in a position to even comment on that. We don't know a lot about their wastewater system that I know of. What's that?
Yeah, I would be hesitant to make any comments about their wastewater system.
So that's not tied into the water district?
It's not, no,
Any
it's not.
water district? Okay.
No.
State actually seemed to be surprised when that was brought up during the CSD meeting that they attended last October, that there was an effluent treatment plant, because that was not part of their thinking in the consolidation. They were just thinking about.
Mr. President,
Yeah, we need to move on.
we need to stay with the subject. We're allowed to talk about the data center. It just so happens that the Inyakern CSD consolidations later on the agenda, so it was okay to have that conversation, but we are limited to what's on the agenda for them to have a conversation with you. That's all.
Thank you, Jim. All right, next.
Hi, my name's Anthony Henson. You guys basically answered all my questions.
Okay.
I'm a transplant from Santa Ana, California. I've been a lifelong California resident. Moved up here from Santa Ana to Victorville. My son got a job here at the base. We moved up here to be closer to him. We're looking to, my wife and I were going to get a retirement home here, but now that I heard about the data center, I'm having serious doubts about having a retirement home here because of the data center. So that's pretty much a linchpin for us. If the data center is going to be built here, I don't know if I want to live here. I love Ridgecrest. It's very beautiful here. It's very peaceful. You know, no place is perfect, but it is a very nice place. With the data center coming, it's just a big question mark. So That's all. I just, thank you for having me. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, Greg. All right.
I gotta go. My back's killing me.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Feel
Next.
better.
Good evening. I'm Sandra Van Scotter and I live in Ridgecrest. And for transparency, I'm running for Congress. I will be on your ballot in November for Congressional District 20. So I'm coming from that angle of concern about the data center proposed here in Inyakern because there are other data centers proposed in the 20th Congressional District, one at Edwards Air Force Base, one of 7 that are planned at Edwards Air Force Base, one at Naval Air Station Lemoore. And these are like solid plans. The unique situation about the one here in Inyakern is that it's not on a military base like the other ones will be. It's more of a public thing. And so we have more say in things. And thank you for speaking up and fighting, for sure. So on July 23rd, 2025, President Trump signed Executive Order 14318, fast-tracking federal permitting for artificial intelligence data centers of 100 megawatts or larger. Congress has since advanced 5 bills narrowing the Clean Water Act and NEPA protections, plus 3 resolutions opening 29 million acres of federal land for development. The Air Force has issued lease solicitations for 7 parcels at Edwards Air Force Base. The Navy has activated a decade-old lease at NAS Lemoore. A private developer has proposed a 99 megawatt facility here in Inyakern on critically overdrafted groundwater adjacent to a tribal casino on federal trust land and within sight of an elementary school where enough students attend that it is a school, and almost all of those students qualify for free or reduced lunches. The pattern reaches beyond our data center proposals. In nearby Mono County, core mining is advancing an open pit cyanide heap leach gold mine on federal BLM land near Mammoth Lakes. So all of this geography is going to be extremely tapped, regardless of the humans involved. If that mine goes through up in Mammoth Lakes, almost 6,000 people will be out of jobs. So the sequence, the executive order, then the bills, then the lease solicitations, then the local proposals happened in less than a year. And then shortly after the executive proposal or the executive order, the bill that George mentioned that Governor Newsom vetoed, not requiring that how much water they plan on using, is talked about when they apply for their permits and then verified each year with re-permitting. So that was vetoed. So it just seemed like it was just a wide open, let's figure out where we can fit in this. So to what extent is Executive Order 14318 and the related federal legislation directly responsible for the explosion of industrial proposals now landing on federal land in our region? Specifically with these projects, the 3 data centers that there are active proposals on, in addition to the 6 others at Edwards, the other one at NAS Lemoore, and I've heard that there's more going on in Inyakern, but I haven't fully read it, so I don't know for sure. But I've been told that the information is in his proposal. If the federal regulatory environment had not changed in 2025. The answer matters for what happens next. If federal action is the proximate cause, then federal action can be the proximate solution at the ballot box, but more urgently with community participation. If the proposals would have happened anyway because of the market forces independent of federal action, then we deserve to know that too. The strategy is different in each case. What I'm asking for is a direct factual answer. And it may be an answer you don't have tonight. So the data centers are real. The gold mine proposal is real. The executive order has already been signed, and those 5 bills and resolutions to beef up the executive order into law, it's all on a fast track to allow these data centers to just be pushed forward and make our fight harder to prevent them. So with people asking for the, what's the word? Yes, intervener status. Perhaps maybe even with the NDA that needs to be reconsidered so that with all of the different angles, like the city of Ridgecrest applying for intervener status and Indian Wells Valley Water District applying for intervener status, because you're going to have different questions than the city does. And with enough people with eyeballs on all the things that the general public can't see, maybe we can find out, really with 120 days per year being above 90 degrees in Inyakern, how can we say that they're only going to use that little bit of water? So we can get more informed answers so we can make an informed choice and decision about how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a quick comment. I did say during the presentation that it appeared from a federal standpoint, and that would be the current administration, that they are quite pro data center and trying to expedite the permitting process for such. And I think she stated that in a much more detailed and eloquent form. So I want to thank the commenter for that.
Thanks, George. Yes.
Hi, I'm Kelly Cutts, and I'm a resident of Inyakern. Been working on, just recently retired from base work after about 15 years. I know some of you on the board. And I agree with all of the reasons to not support this that have already been stated, but I would also point out a couple more things that you'll want to take a look at. And I too would ask that you apply for the interveners status, even if we don't get to see everything you get to see. Because I was at the community service board meeting the other night, and the attorney spoke very well for the board and actually told us that if the county issues a conditional use permit for the developer, the CSD would be forced to honor that will serve letter for the water that that is currently part of his application. So given the other things that you are considering with them, that's an important thing for you to pay attention to, I would think. And the other thing I wanted to mention is there's been a bit of confusion that I'm very curious about are we talking about 1 data center or 2 data centers? The developer's own marketing materials talks about expansion strategies and the ultimate maybe 198 megawatt data center capability. And yet when we were at the city council meeting the other evening and asked Mr. Barker's lawyer which one was true, Mr. Hungerford really didn't answer the councilman's question. The councilman's question was, how many data centers are we talking about? And the way that the attorney answered the question was, I'm aware of 1 application. He didn't answer the question.
That's a very thin slice, yes. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm really curious about that because their attorney is a managing partner, if you look at the public records, who has vast experience in municipal law and environmental law, and you would think he could understand the scope of that question. So for those reasons, I would really encourage you to apply for that intervener status. And even if there's some things that you can't share with us, I know some of you up on the board, and I trust that you're all in good company with one another. So I trust you will be looking out for our interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Ron, can I ask a couple of questions about this intervener status? Because I had some questions that I've been trying to understand. when I listened to the city council, what they sort of said was that it does allow you access to information that someone who's not an intervener would have access to. But then if you do that, then you have to sign some sort of NDA and you can't talk about that. And it also can potentially bias your ability to take a position. And then I was really trying to understand because words are important, intervener sounds like you can intervene and somehow have a voice or a veto in the process, but I haven't found that to be the case in my research. And I would just, if I really think this is something that we need to look at very closely before we do it, because I wouldn't want to have this perception that intervener means somehow we can intervene and stop it, when really that's not what it really means. I think we really need to understand what that process allows us, or if it gives us any authority at all.
Thank you, George. It's probably something I was going to ask of our attorney here before the night was out. But I don't have any comment on that right now, but I do want to know more about. Yes, David.
May I suggest that we instruct staff to look carefully at the intervener status to see what the restrictions are and what the advantages might be?
I have,
so the board can make a decision.
I have no problem with that. Rest of the board?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Great, okay. All right. Yes, Mike.
You think about what's the information that's.
And you need to say your name one more time because there's so many people here.
Oh, Mike Neal.
Thank you.
Think about the information that's been offered up, I guess you could say, by the proposed developer, and the information that's out there, and I've seen, all the stuff that these local residents have dug up and brought out to the public to educate people about what very well could happen. And just knowing from being around in the political landscape around this town for 20 years, and seeing how government agencies work or don't work, as the case may be, and just knowing just from practical experience over the years, whatever you're seeing from the developer is trying to make a good picture of what they're doing. If they think that they can, you can get away with saying, well, we're only going to use this much water, and that's not an outright lie, but we know that that's probably going to be twice as much, 3 times as much. Well, you're going to hear the low figure. And my experience on the base, and I didn't do a lot of projects where I took the wheel for the project, but I was in several, and I learned that in reality, when somebody's asking you to do certain kind of work and how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost, I would sit there and come up with what I thought was basically a realistic estimate, and then would multiply by 2 or 3 because I knew it was going to expand out beyond, what I initially thought. Just, it's just the way it was, and that came out to be, I could then do the project for that kind of money, and so that was getting me right in the ballgame. Well, people have dug up the information saying this developer has ownership of a lot of lots in Indian. So you got to question, well, what's his plan? I mean, they're not developing housing. They're not going to let have more agriculture come in. They're trying to get rid of the ag guys right now. What would he just naturally do with this land? Well, if one data center went in well, he'd put in another, and he'd be very experienced at that point by running all the hurdles and getting the project to go. And it's not at all inconceivable that you could have 10 data centers out there. It's just the land sitting there. They've already got it in their possession. And to be, quite brutally honest, over my years and living in Ridgecrest, I haven't necessarily seen the Kern Board of Supervisors act in a way that was a good move for us here in the county. We're kind of like the orphan child. It's just, we're on the other side of the mountain to just little Ridgecrest, and we don't get we get the short end of the stick many, many times. And I personally don't trust our current district supervisor and his interest in doing the best for what's going on in this valley. So, but the CUP from the board is the gateway. It's the door for this guy to get in and start.
Can you speak right into the mic? I guess people online are having a tough time hearing you.
How's that?
Thank you.
Okay. So once, if he gets a CUP, he's good to go. And we saw what happened with the pistachio agriculture efforts. Now the county permitted the wells, they knew what they were gonna do. And shortly thereafter, they started screaming, oh, too much water being used. So they're not looking forward ahead, I don't think, on our behalf, for the good of us very well at all. And if you guys need to be intervener and deal with that, if that's something that gets some push to the current Board of Supervisors, I would think that would be the way to go. Because otherwise, if they're gonna give a CUP and they're gonna be being told that they're gonna get a whole lot of tax money out of that center, they're gonna be highly inclined to approve it.
Thank you, Mike.
So with regards to the microphones, get close. And if you think it's too close, get closer.
Yeah, the people are listening online are having a hard time.
Barbara Bain again. I have another question. I noted in his proposal, he is planning on sinking a well. So I'm curious about what permissions he needs, either with you folks or with the groundwater authority, to sink that well.
Jim, you can take that.
Kern County has a general well permitting authority. The water district has none. They're outside the water district's boundary. So the GA might be able to weigh into it, but ultimately it's with the county of Kern.
All right.
My name's Lorraine Horney, and I have a couple questions that came up. I didn't hear us talk about flammability at high temperatures for data center. When do they, catch fire?
So as a water district, we're really more interested in the water issues involved.
Well, you
so
want to put it out.
Right, well, that would be the county fire department.
Okay.
Really, I don't know anything much about it. I didn't see anything in the presentation. I have seen what you've seen online about
Okay.
data centers that are catching on fire.
Yeah.
I suppose it really depends. Do they have a lot of lithium-ion batteries in their
Yeah.
building? In which case, that would be a really bad.
Which then brings us also to contamination.
Well, yes, well, that's a consideration, absolutely.
And I wanted to say one thing, we keep talking about interveners, but we all have an intervener already. I mean, while we wait for you guys patiently to do that, we have an intervener. His name is God. And we decided, somebody said, well, why don't you just go to the powers that be? And in talk, and I thought, well, we were, but really he's the power that is. So we're gonna have a prayer meeting in Kern on the 27th, Saturday at 8 in the morning, where it's nice and cool, and pray our socks off. It's not about fighting and yelling and screaming. It's about asking him what he wants to do. So I have flyers.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Judy Decker again. I just want to point out that the more I learn about data centers, the worse they get. And they seem to like to be placed in small towns rather than big cities. And it's not just the water they use, it's the electricity they use. Where is that going to come from? Who's going to pay for it? I have heard that in other areas, the residents end up paying for the increased electricity that is brought in to serve the data center. The other issue that has not been brought up is right over there. The U.S. Navy. They need clear air. They need ambient temperatures to stay where they are and not rise because of a data center. And I just think you guys are going to have to step forward in any way that you possibly can, if you can. I understand that Assemblywoman Pappen last year had a bill that was about data centers being in areas of overdraft that went to the governor, and the governor did not sign it. I have not read the bill, so I can't say why he did not sign it, but I think that is something that needs to be pushed. Is we are an overdrafted basin, whether the water district ends up being correct or the GA ends up being correct or something in between, as far as the amount of recharge and water, we are an overdrafted basin. And that should be the end of the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
So there is something in there that I am aware of. The Naval Submarine Base in Kingsland, Georgia, was instrumental in putting the kibosh on a data center going in Kingsland. And their explanation was the use of water and the use of electricity would interfere with the Navy's mission at that facility. So that might be something for people to pursue. And the other one is, we talked about briefly the president's executive orders and the governor of California vetoing legislation pertaining to data centers. And that suggests that if both sides of the political aisle are acting in the same manner, that you have a long road to hoe ahead of you. So to a previous comment, if you can't control it, pray about it. So that some prayer would be helpful as well.
Well, my name is Nicholas Hua. I don't know if you could hear me. I'm trying to speak into the microphone. Okay, great. I want to thank you all for having this public forum, and also thanking George for his wonderful presentation. George is correct that intervener is not like a party in a lawsuit that's being antagonistic or trying to change something. Intervener is just, a party that is, has a vested interest and want to get information from it. I do oppose the data center for the reasons as already stated. My question is more a concern or curiosity, whether or not any of you folks have contemplated, and you may not know the answer to this, but whether you folks have contemplated or know of anyone who have contemplated pursuing any type of lawsuits down the road to stop the data center.
I don't know of any, no. Nope,
Okay.
nobody.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Tammy Pounds, and I'm a longtime resident of Ridgecrest, as I see many of you are also. So it's good to be here. Thank you for taking the opportunity to hear concerns from the public about this. So one of the things that I really appreciate about living here is that we have the best water. We really do. I remember thinking when I was in my 20s and maybe even 30s that if I ever moved away, I wanted to import the water. I wanted to take the water with me so that I would always have that really good water. I would go out of town and I would go and order a glass of water with dinner. The water was horrible. And so our water is so good here, and it would really be a shame to have our water tainted by a data center. So I'm definitely opposed to it. And I feel like we really need to take a stand. That it is not for us, it's not for our community, not our valley, whether that's Inyokern or Ridgecrest or Trona, not here. So a question to you, has anyone been to a data center? Anyone on the board?
No.
I'm trying to research. I want to get as much information I can. I have drove, but I could not get in. There's a block wall around.
Was it the one by Vegas?
Vegas, yes. And so there's actually several there that I went to try to look at, but could not get in.
Okay. You have, where'd you go? The Bay Area. Okay, how was it? Quiet? Was it quiet?
It's deafening inside and it's noisy outside.
Okay. Lights?
I wasn't there during the night, so I don't know if they have perimeter lights, but I suppose through security, most of these places have security.
Sure, Sure. Well, and that's another component that we haven't really, maybe someone's talked about it. I was obviously late to the party. That I feel like having them might actually be, we might be setting ourselves up for a target to have something that, like you had said, lithium batteries, if that were to catch fire or be bombed, that wouldn't really be good for not only our groundwater, but also our air. So just keeping that in mind. I do hope that you will take a stand and say no on this data center. Whatever we can do, I feel like it's very important that we do it for the good of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I think we have some people on the phone. I saw a hand up of 3 at least. So, okay. So who's on the line right now? Is Renee there?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Renee West-Lusk.
Go ahead, Renee.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the city of Ridgecrest. I would like you to look into why they used the Kern sub-basin, which includes Taft, Bakersfield, Wasco, McFarland, all of Western Kern cities. To me, that was a purposely done, and they substituted for our own groundwater sustainability plan, and they used an outdated source from 2022 because the Kern subbasin has had their groundwater sustainability plan rejected about 3 times, and they finally recently got it approved. But the data that the Bakersfield Californian reported is they used a 2022 report. So I would like you to find out why they did that. It sounds purposeful to me and suspicious. I guess that's one of my biggest concerns, that they're putting in false data, whatever they're doing for their analysis. And I don't know where this water analysis that they put in, if that's what they're absolutely reporting to the California Energy Commission. And my other objections has to do with, not only are they probably using way too much water than what they're saying they're going to use, but our temperatures, I've lived in this valley now since 1990, and I remember so many. We've had a very cool May, and even June's been a little bit cool to begin with, but normally we're up way over 90 degrees the month of May. And so I see, when you're counting May through October, which is the traditional hot, that's 6 months where we're going to be way over 105 degrees. And that data center is going to have to use evaporative cooling at least for 6 months of the year, which makes me very skeptical about their water use. And then the other thing is the air pollution. I've read that data centers, a lot of them catch on fire 3 to 4 times a year. And then we've got that odor, that horrible odor spreading throughout our valley of burning lithium batteries. And then the problem also is the fire, the cost to fight the fires, having our fire departments, who's going to pay for that? And I, as a taxpayer, don't want to have to pay any more than we're already paying, because we're already paying huge amounts of money for the 2 fire stations in the city of Ridgecrest. And then if the county has to put in another fire station for them, why do we have to pay for that? So I want you to take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I have another caller. All right.
Hey, good evening. My name is Alyssa Reed. and I'm with the Kern Inyo Mono Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. As a council that represents over 24 affiliates and over 6,000 workers in Kern County, we are in support of this project. We stand in support of this project because of the jobs that it will create and the economic benefit that it brings to our communities. These benefits cannot be attained without development, unfortunately. And we stand in full support of the CEQA process. We know there's many questions. It's very, very early in this process for this project. And we feel very confident that the CEQA process will address the questions and the concerns. And if there are items that need mitigated in the process, then that will take place. And so we strongly encourage everyone to, pay attention through the CEQA process and gather factual information as the project moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Anyone else on there? Okay, next caller. Go ahead, caller. Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So my name is Bondarosa, and I want to comment on whether it's CEQA or not. We cannot have a clear understanding of what that means for our community. We're not a huge metropolitan area with huge economic growth, with a lot of commodities to sell. We are a research and development facility here. I was wondering if you can mandate a moratorium on the water until such time you can determine whether or not the groundwater is in fact in distress, like everybody's saying. If it is in distress, we need to protect it. It's your job and your livelihoods. I've lived in Kern County my whole life. I was born out there on Edwards Air Force Base. Water is our main liquid gold. If it's gone, so are we. So I'm asking you to protect it with all your hearts, because when it's gone, and so is the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick comment, they're not within our district's control in any way, so a moratorium is nothing we could ever talk about with them. It's not in our districts. Is there anybody else online? Renee, are you back again, Renee?
Yes, I just have one other question. What are you going to research every venue of what you can do about this? Because my research is showing it's so hard to get anybody to stand up against it other than individual community members.
We're going to be talking about that when all the comments are done to see what it is we might or might not be able to do.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on the phone? Nope. Okay, I think I have a zero back there. Any other comments? Well, hello there.
My name is Tammy Boyer, and my question is for Mr. Boyd, since you were the only one who actually visited a data center. How many employees were there?
That would be hard for me to cite because I didn't get an overall briefing by the entire staff. As you're probably aware, when these things are running, they run by themselves. The staff is generally only brought out when there's maintenance required.
So the jobs are very
Other issues.
slim.
It was not full of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not full of people.
Did they discuss how much acre-foot water they use at that particular facility?
They did not, but they're on Moffett Field, which is real close to the, Bay Area water sources. So I don't think they have as much an issue as we do here.
Okay.
But no, we didn't talk about water uses.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Anybody else?
You have
Oh, I
an
got
online.
another caller. Caller, go ahead.
I just want, this is Mike Sanat. I just wanted to respond to the question about staff working in these facilities. I used to have a computer network in a co-location facility in Chicago, same thing as a data center. And there might be 4 or 5 employees full-time, maintenance and whatnot, and then plus security. But they're generally operated pretty much in the dark. And now I haven't been in a modern day data center of this size, but this would be probably more automated and remotely controlled than what I was using. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in. I'd also make a comment about finance and economics and the I'd say likelihood that this AI bubble, and it's a mega bubble, is going to disappoint a lot of people. I don't know when it'll happen, but there's right now Fortune 500 companies that have realized it's not all it's cracked up to be, and they're getting some pretty big bills for their tokens. I even heard of one company that got a bill for I forget what it was. It was a 7 or 8 figure bill for just tokens because they didn't control how much they were using. But productivity is not necessarily going to be improved with these AI systems. They're going to have a hard time even showing results for years. So I wouldn't say this data center would ever get built. The economies of scale, the location, the energy, and the water all go against it. So for what it's worth, I think that I think the developer is a fool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else? I got, another caller. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes?
Hi, my name is Emily, and I just wanted to bring up a concern about there has nationally been a few cases where they are finding that the water, like the drinking water quality, is impacted by these data centers being in the area. And I was just wondering if that was something that the water district would be looking into more, because especially with the number of our residents in the valley that are on wells, that's a significant concern.
Yes. Anything else, Emily?
No, that was it. Thank you guys for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are we done? Your end over there, we're all done. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public comment section of this section and move on to ask the board for comments. And I'll start with you, Director Boyd.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys showing up. We usually have very lonely meetings here. Mike is usually here with us. We might see Mr. Sanat. Judy's usually here, but it's nice to have everybody here and lovely to see you engaged on an important issue. This was our first formal presentation. George's presentation to us was a first for us as well. So we're still gathering facts and positions. We've talked about the fact that we are the water district, and even though I may have a lot of other concerns because I live out near Inyokern, so I may have other concerns because I'm a neighbor. But from a water district standpoint, we need to be careful about what our position is going to be and where we can weigh in effectively. And I can assure you that we are taking this seriously. We are going to be looking into it as best we can. And I guess I don't have a whole lot more to offer because,
No.
like I say, we're just getting started on this train ride. So.
Thank you, Mel. Stan?
I would also like to thank everybody who turned out tonight. As Mel indicated, we don't get a lot of people here often. I understand the interests of I guess there's different interests. We have basically one employer in town, and my feeling is we need diversity. I'm not convinced that a data center is what we need. I think we need low water intensity type development. And at this point in time, we don't know what the water usage is, so it's real difficult to make any kind of a judgment. But like Mel said, we are definitely going to be looking into it, and we do not take this situation lightly. We will do our due diligence and make a decision after we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. I'll move down to Chuck.
I want to kind of reiterate what Stan said and Director Boyd. I'm very thankful that everybody come out tonight to speak to us, to view your thoughts. But where we're at right now tonight, as Director Boyd said, the first presentation we've had, this is crazy, is it all right? Was from George. So I've done a lot of research myself. Like I said, I wanted to go see what I could find out. I want to see development in this valley. I was born and raised here, so I want to see our valley grow. But I want to know what is good and what is bad. And so I want to research this to the full extent that I can. I want to know how much water it's going to use, and that's an important issue. I don't want to say that, I don't want a project not built because we're running out of water, because I do not feel that we are going to run out of water. I think that we are in a man-made overdraft, and I've said that several times. The water district and the residents of this valley are not going to run out of water. But we need to research this as a board, do our backgrounds, go, if we can tour somehow, I would love to go on a tour. I want to know how they can do them in Vegas in a very dry climate, that they're lacking water, and how much water those centers are using. So I want to try to find out how I can get that information, because I want to know what is going to be the real true effect on this community. So I would like to have staff look into, our attorney, legal, what the intervener status means and how we move forward, because I think we should get as much information as we can from CEQA, from all these documents, if that will help us. So I would like to look into that very, very quickly.
Right. And that's agreed.
Yep.
Right. Anything else, Chuck?
Nope.
Mr. St. Amand.
I saw a quote today, and I can't remember who the quote was from, but it's basically, I was a Greek, an ancient Greek, not a modern Greek. And they said that the consequence of not having the public involved in public affairs is that you wind up with a nation ruled by evil people. So thank you for coming. When this is all over, whatever the result, please don't stop coming to meetings, city council, water district, airport board, any of those things that you need to continue doing that. The GA, yeah.
Yeah, all of them.
Well, I'm covering that in my report later on the GA. So I'd like to request that staff make a tab on our website where we can post George's presentation, and then any follow-on documentation that we can get. Is that all right? Any objections? Get a look at the legislation. I'd like staff to take a look, especially legal, at the legislation to decide which ones that would be useful for the water district to support, especially in terms of getting information as to how much water these data centers are actually using. And then finally, on this comment, I'd like to get a list, like to get the water district on the distribution list for the environmental study. So anything that comes rolling out of that process can be posted on our website as well. So last thing finally, I think it read somewhere that it was 20 to 40 employees for the data center. And at 50 acre feet, which is, I think somebody said roughly equivalent to 100 houses, that's a pretty water intensive use. I believe in development. I think we need additional industries. I'd like to see, for example, drone development and manufacturing from the private sector here. And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. And I agree with you on the legislation. I think that where we can, since we're closely involved with some of this legislation in terms of understanding it, that we have the ability to maybe, if we want to look at something and talk about suggesting amendments and such, that we can. Okay. Well, with that, what I'd like to end up with is, first of all, thank you so much. I expect you back here for the next meeting. I took all your names, and it's just nice to see a nice crowd. I mean, it isn't just this that we talk about. There's many other things. And I hope you can see that the way we try to be transparent with the public is important. You know, a couple people went maybe a little bit over 5 minutes. I think I even got warned about that. But it's okay. And sometimes there is a dialogue that can be had. We can trust that our lawyer will stop us if we start in a dialogue we shouldn't. And that's why he's there. So we're very proud of that at the Water District, that we will talk with you. We will try to understand you. We're not going to say, your 3 minutes is up, get out of here, we're done talking to you. Okay, so come back again. There's many other issues. Keep in mind, we're going to do the right thing. It's about you guys, it's about the ratepayers, it's about that comment about our water quality. I surely appreciate that. We work hard to keep it there, and we intend to. And that's where we're going to go with this. I agree with Stan. He said low water user type developments are something the city needs more than anything else. There will always be some water use, no matter how, I call them widget makers. You bring in some steel, you stamp something out and send it out of here. There's always going to be some water use. That's the kind of industry that can be supported. And also, we have to keep in mind, beyond water use, there's other issues as well. Light, sound, pollution, all those things. I know I have my personal feelings about it, and I've done a lot of research. My sister lives in Virginia, so you know what that means with data centers. And so I'm concerned as well for certain issues, but I'm also very pragmatic as an engineer, and I do realize that these things are going to happen. Whether they support AI or not, you can see how, I mean, everybody's got a phone. Everything you do relies on it. So they're going to happen. The question is, how can, comments that community like us makes, how can all that go to developing in such a way that is safe for a community, or do they have to be? I don't know. Do they need to be isolated? Should every one of them be inside of a mountain like Iron Mountain is, I think in Pennsylvania, is one of the first ones. It's inside a mountain. Elon Musk wants to put them in outer space. China supposedly wants to put them in the ocean. So I'm just saying that as an engineer, and any engineers out there understand, these processes can be worked through, and keeping the public in mind and keeping us safe. And I think that's the main thing that we need to do. So trust, I think you've heard the comments made from the other board members about the intervener status that we're going to look into. I think Dr. St. Armand said we're going to keep an eye on the legislation, make sure we can post it on our website too, so you can get involved. Any one of you can pick up the phone and talk to those legislators or their representatives and say, here's our opinion about this. And are we fighting just the local? No, we're fighting Fed and everything at the state level as well, because I get the feeling from what I see that this is something that these people want, and everything with international security, and we got to beat China, and we have to do this and do that. But is it something that's happening so fast that it may get out of control? And that's my concern. So rest assured, even though we're not saying tonight we're going to do certain things, that we are going to follow up on this. We're going to continue to watch it, and we're going to continue to input anywhere we possibly can with what we think is most important to the community. And with that, I think I'm done. Does the staff have anything they want to say? Are we ready to move on?
I just want to tell everybody that the presentation that George did is posted on our website. It's under supporting documents for the board meeting agenda. So where you find the board meeting agenda, it'll be linked.
Oh, and I also encourage you all go to our webpage and click in on adjudication and important dates and join the trial every now and then, see how these lawyers treat us. Got to make a lawyer joke.
There's even pictures of the directors, and you can look at those and go, wow, that was taken a very long time ago.
Okay, with that, if I can move on, I'm going to move on to the admin exec committee. We have to talk about salary survey, and I believe that, Isabel, you're going to handle that? Or who's handling that? Todd?
We can tag team it.
Okay.
All right, this is work. Hopefully it's working.
Remember, if the mic seems too close, get
Get
closer.
closer. Thank you, everybody. You're welcome to stay. I think Judy has cookies for everybody afterwards. I've been trying for years. It hasn't worked. Okay.
All right, so, I don't. How's John's?
Much better.
John's is better.
Well, I can't wait till we get the IT guy back here.
I know that backup IT guy just ain't cutting it. I'm the backup IT guy, by the way. So every year, as part of the MOU, we do our analysis of positions in the pay against other water districts and adjust for cost of living factors. So what you see in the packet is those changes. There's quite a few that actually will see increases, mostly because we haven't changed the cost of living factor in several years. So that's something we're going to be doing on an annual basis now to make sure we stay within those ranges. So we got several, most of them on the low end are going up, about half on the upper end are going up, and then some aren't changing and one is frozen until it catches up.
Okay. Is there any action that you require from the board or is just a report?
Yeah, we do need approval for that.
Okay.
So this doesn't represent increases in salary to existing employees. This is just changes to entering employee salaries and tops.
Right, changes the range, yep.
Any salary increase is still based on merit.
And
Yeah.
cost of living. Yeah.
Yeah, so this just is changing the ranges for the positions.
All right, thank you.
I kind of had the same question directly related, because there's one I've seen that's quite a large increase. But it shows as a supervisor. Do we have more than one person in that field?
Well, that's what we're working on, is getting the second one. We did change the job title about a year ago, and we never updated the salary range to go with that. And so that's what this is doing.
Okay. So that's kind of what I was curious about.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I just had a
Yes.
quick question. In general, where is our workforce between the current entry and current max numbers? Are they?
We've got a lot of longtime employees, so a lot of them are towards the upper end. So this does give them that opportunity when evaluations come around to have an increase if they merit it.
What happens if they're at the upper end and you have the COLA increase? Could that put them beyond that? Or is it, or what?
No, they're stuck
Okay.
at that range.
They're at that range. Okay,
As a
gotcha.
former civil servant, normally you on base, you would get a bonus, but no step increase.
I see. Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? And so you're looking for a board vote to accept this salary survey?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Or a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions from the public? Okay, hearing none, I'll call.
You have one
Oh,
on the, I saw a hand up in the back. We have a caller?
yes, we have a caller. Okay. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, Renee Westa Lusk, are all the employees' positions listed on that page 23 in the agenda packet?
Yes.
So that's every
All-
single category of employee that works for the water district is listed in there?
Except for the general manager, because they're on a separate contract.
Okay, and those are the current recommended salaries and everything for all the positions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I've seen no more comments. I'll go ahead and call for a vote. Ooh. Looks like the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to, let's see what we have next here. Comprehensive groundwater adjudication. Jim, give us a rundown of where we are.
Sure, it shouldn't be that long. You may or may not know, but the phase 2 trial started today. It's expected to be a 10 to 15 day. The trial's held on Monday through Wednesday. You are able to view it on a video if you so choose. All of the information is on the district website under the basin adjudication. Go to key dates, and then there'll be a link that you can go ahead, turn it on. I also believe there's also something on there that allows you to access the trial exhibits. All of the witnesses are technical experts, and so to listen to the testimony without the trial exhibits, it's a little bit difficult to do. So most of the testimony will revolve around exhibits, and so if you do take the time to watch the trial, try to find the exhibits corresponding. It'll make the understanding a lot easier. Other than that, I've got nothing. I'm just been waiting to get here for a long time, and I'm glad it started. That's all.
You might mention our planned participation in the pipe phase 2.
Not participation, just observation. Yeah, if you get up there, the judge will slap you down, yeah.
What am I supposed to mention?
Just our engagement with phase 2, the board directors.
Oh, yeah, the board, yes, there'll be members of the board and some executive staff as well will be attending. Have a presence there. Let the judge know that we care. Thank you, Mallory.
Keep in mind when you watch this, that we don't control what the court shows on the cameras or where the microphones are. My experience with it, the mics sit on the desk. Some people like to talk stand when they talk to the judge, even though he told them to sit. When they do, you can tell, you can hardly hear them. So you don't know, so unless you know the voices, you don't know who's talking, if you can hear them. And also the exhibits aren't shown. I don't know whether requests went in about that, but it's strictly up to the courts how they want to handle it. In this particular time, I guess all we're seeing is the judge and then hearing everything else that's going on. So that's nothing to do with us or nothing to do with the trial attorneys. It's what the court has set up. But it's still listen to it. It's worth it.
But as I understand it, on the district website, there is a list, there's a packet of the trial exhibit. You just have to open it up and go through the exhibit yourself and follow it. It really is worth it.
I was gonna mention that. Yeah, it's too much feedback on that. So under the basin adjudication, there's one that says important documents. And you scroll down, it says phase 2 trial documents. And then all of the stuff, the trial briefs, the witness list, the exhibits are all there.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
Boy, you just didn't get it right, did you? Everybody had to say something else. Okay, if I hear any comments or questions about this adjudication, if I move on, I'll take from the floor first, and then I'll go to the caller. It's probably Renee, correct? Yeah. Go ahead, Judy.
My comment is, you're having a budget meeting on Thursday. Please provide in your budget a set of new microphones, a repair of the old one, so that people can.
Thank you, Judy.
Said, you're the worst.
I agree. But I think the microphone's okay. The problem is the guy that's filling in for our tech expert.
Yeah.
I got you.
Got nothing.
Yeah. Go ahead. Next.
Okay, Mike Neal. So I noted, and I assume several of you were watching on Zoom today, but there were about 45 something people logged in watching that trial, and you don't even get anywhere close to people watching remotely of this, with all of the water district or the city council or anything. So that it's got attention, and people are interested enough to sit, for long periods of time. And it was hard to follow because when the guy's close to a mic, it just booms out, and then the guy that's away from the mic, I kept turning up and down the volume on my computer just so I could follow it. I did note that, and I wasn't able to catch who was speaking at what point in time, but, you know, I could tell of what side it was, you know, either the plaintiff or defendant. And there's a lot of effort put in on one of the questioning, one of the witnesses, I think, for you guys' side to try to make it sound like that they had agreed that there were only 707,650 acre feet recharge in this basin. They kept kind of trying to find some way to make it sound like, you know, that person had agreed with that in the past. And now, of course, they did the technical working group studies and they changed their mind about it or something. And basically try to attack their integrity, saying, oh, they switched sides. They used to say this was good enough, and now it's not good, and there's more water in the basin than the GA had said before. So that's about as far. Like, you got many more days to go, so we'll see how things change.
Thank you, Mike. And I guess we have someone who's called in. Renee, are you there? Go ahead, Renee.
Yes, this is Renee Westerlusk. I just have a question. If you can't attend on one of the days, I mean, listen to it, you can't go back and it's not recorded anywhere, right?
I don't believe so. I don't know. I don't believe it is.
So you can't go back to listen to what was said on the part you missed, right?
That's correct. If I'm wrong, I'll correct it, but I don't believe there's a video recording of it, no.
So how early in the morning does it start?
9 o'clock.
And it goes to like 11:30 and then they break for lunch and then it's the afternoon?
Usually 12. It's always up to the judge. It's his courtroom, but he usually goes until, I believe, 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Monday through Wednesday.
And
All right.
this is gonna take probably 3 weeks to get through it if you're only doing 3 days a week?
Probably 4.
4 weeks? Okay.
All right. Is that it, Renee?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions or comments on comprehensive adjudication? Hearing none, we'll move on to the Groundwater Authority. Mr. St. Armand, do you have any fun facts to report?
Facts to report. So I did attend the meeting. Is it work? No?
No? Bob, I'm telling you, Judy, you're right, Judy. Try it now. It takes a few seconds to start.
You going up there to get it?
It's tap his. Is it on?
Mine's right on.
No, is his on now?
Oh.
I got the only one. I guess I get to do all the talking. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Are we done?
Hello, there we good. So here we go. I have a few notes.
Introduce yourself.
My name is David St. Amand. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Indian Valley Water District. And I live in the unincorporated area of the county. There was at the board meeting, there were a number of public comments in opposition to the proposed data center. And they had asked at that meeting for a presentation on the approval process for the data center. I think that such a presentation would be helpful, and perhaps we could have George give a presentation in the future on all the steps necessary to go through and get permission to build data centers. There was a request to move the time of the Groundwater Authority board meetings to the evening so that more of the public can attend those events. And I have asked for that in the past, and I don't believe they were going to change the time. But if more people were to ask for that, they might. It is an election year. They might change their minds. Well, not directly as Groundwater Authority board members, but some of them do come up for election periodically, city council, and that might be something to talk to them about. Oh, yes, myself and Director Rator are also up for election this year. Item 9, approval for allocation of shallow well mitigation funds for Rademacher consolidation. I voted yes on that one. It's an attempt to get some money to help bring the Rademacher folks onto the water district system so they can avoid the high minerality and toxins in the water in their wells. Item 10, approval of report and submission of report to the court as required by the California Code of Civil Procedure. I abstained on that one. That was in response to a letter from the Department of Water Resources. And I saw the letter that the Groundwater Authority staff had prepared and sent back. And I asked for a copy of the letter from the Department of Water Resources, and I did receive that. And I followed that on with a request for all the communications between staff that was dealing with answering the DWR letter, and I did not receive that information. Let's see, item 11, Water Resource Managers Report. I notified the Board of Directors of the Groundwater Authority that for the Stark Street project to be completed by the Water District by the deadline of 31 December, that the Water District needs the right-of-ways to have been secured by the end of the month of July. And item 12, General Manager's Report. I'm happy to report, Mr. President, that staff says that the auditors are getting close to having the 2025 audit completed. And I will remain here if there are questions. Okay, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Wait till he sits down and ask a question. My mic won't fit that far. Yes, James.
I just would say that part of our due diligence will be determining exactly where they are in the permitting process, because that's when you can determine what you can do depending upon what step they're in. So that'll be a critical part of our due diligence.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, they have a meeting Wednesday. Was there anything on that agenda that we need to be aware of? And, well, it's as far as mine reaches here.
There was nothing controversial on the agenda.
Thank you, David. I'd switch mine out, but I'm afraid I'll lose mine too.
You might want to point out that Director.
I see we have a caller too, so go ahead, caller.
Maybe.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. They are having the data center listed on the agenda for discussion.
Yes.
Okay, that was the big development that happened at the last meeting, because all those people that came to the meeting were pretty much opposed to the data center, and they wanted it on the agenda, and they wanted the Groundwater Authority to take action.
Thank you.
Right, so I misspoke. There was one moderately, one moderately controversial topic on the agenda. Also, I need to let you know that this month's meeting coming up on Wednesday, Director Boyd will be standing in for me.
Thank you. And don't turn that off.
I'm not going to touch it.
Okay.
I'm not going to move it. I'm not going to look at it.
Go ahead, Judy.
Yes, I have a comment. My comment is, I understand at the city council meeting where the data center was discussed, that employee from Gateway Hardware called in and made the comment that Gateway Hardware services customers on an ongoing regular basis who are having to have their wells deepened or re-drilled. And I think that is an important issue for you to know. Thank you.
Thank you. You had your chance.
Let me speak or leave my 7-year-old with you overnight. So I just wanted
Yes,
to.
go ahead, state your name again, please. I'm sorry.
Jennifer Slayton, my
Thank you.
apologies. I did just want to add, one of the things that we have been looking at are some of the financial questions around the Groundwater Authority. $9 million to Stetson before 10 now, 1.7 million to the city of Ridgecrest for attorney services, all sorts of numbers that, horrify us. So we have been asking the Groundwater Authority, which we did at that meeting, I don't know if we will at this meeting, but to establish a financial oversight committee. So I do think that is one item that Mr. St. Amand might have missed because I mentioned it and speak really fast. But I do think that is a thing that we would love to see our folks on the water district, when they are at the Groundwater Authority, be encouraging them to do at the next meeting. The other thing is, we did have I don't know if you were paying attention to the city council meeting before this council meeting, but there was some excited discussion about Little Lake letters that had been sent places. So I don't know, go back and watch on YouTube. That was kind of fun.
So I have asked them to several times, as have every member of our board that's had the pleasure of sitting on that board. we've asked them to have a financial committee, and that has never been met with anything other than rather tepid responses.
And I'm going to add to that. I think that if one thing that you can ask as well, because if we ask it, we usually get the cold shoulder, is ask them if they have a policy for how they divide up what fund the money pays for what. Because all we see on here is replenishment / extraction. We don't know how much of it goes to replenishment, how much goes to extraction, and who makes that decision and what guidelines do they use. So it might be something you can find out. I'd appreciate it.
I'll ask here because I hope that you guys can get an answer because I did not get one from Dr. Heyman. I would like to know who gave them the authority to write the letter to the Inyo County supervisors. It seemed like they were kind of trying to sabotage a deal that hopefully you all are working on. And from what I know of that, I think that seems like a much better solution than a 55-mile pipeline with no water in it.
Can you answer that? Did they ask permission of the board of any kind?
If at no time did they, at no meeting which I attended, did they ask the board about in open session or in the parts of the closed session I'm allowed to attend, was that discussed? So I can't tell you that. I suspect that most of those actions are taken by the staff and then taken to the board president for their approval. But I don't know that for sure, but I just, that seems like that's what's happening.
I quite thoroughly enjoyed my interaction with Dr. Heyman at the council meeting.
And you're good at it too.
There's little that we can discuss.
None.
None.
So that's the answer. Okay. Okay.
You can, okay.
I have a
absolutely.
caller and I guess it's probably Renee again, right? It's not. Well, who? Go ahead, caller. Oh, okay. Go ahead, caller.
My name is not Renee.
Well, it's either you or Renee. Go ahead, Mike.
Not Renee today. I would like, and this is starting to get serious. We need to address the replenishment fee. And Ty, if you wouldn't mind telling us how much the water district has paid to the GA on behalf of water district customers, I'd like to have that exact figure.
For
And
replenishment fee,
yep,
$15,916,136.
thank you. I've been saying close to 20 million. I want to make sure I'm not overstating it, but you got another page.
There's a pumping fee too.
The pumping fee too.
Well, how much for the extraction?
For the extraction fee, $3,826,705 for a grand total of $19,742,841.
Oh my goodness.
How much water?
Okay, so there's a real problem developing because the water district was given an illegal credit for replenishment fee free water from the Navy, as you all know. And they haven't bought any water yet. Now they've got 3 closed session items to buy water negotiations. And I guess they can run off and try to buy some water. And they can always resell it later because they're not going to have a pipeline to pump it through. But and the water district has already explained that the water district will not accept this imported water into the water district's distribution system. So I don't know how you force the issue of the replenishment fee, but Director Ratora has suggested on a couple of occasions that an initiative could be on the November ballot, and that's one avenue. I think the water district could also sue for I don't know what would you call it, sue for an action that stops the collection pending
An injunction.
And then thank you. God, I'm getting old. I couldn't handle my Zoom call this morning either. So I'm just bringing this up. The GA as structured has no responsible officials. They're not responsible.
Not
Councilman
directly.
Councilman Heyman is on his way out. Measures A and B are failing miserably. I don't know if you've seen the release this afternoon, but they're down by I think one is 54% to 46 B. So they're going to fail, and Councilman Heyman is going to have to step down as the city's representative on the board. Both Mayor Endicott and Councilman Blades are unable to do anything with regards to GA matters because they have a conflict of interest with the Navy. And that leaves a big hole in the city of Ridgecrest. And so we don't know. And this GA, I don't think there's two elected officials there now. One is Supervisor Peters, and one is Councilman Heyman. I think the rest are attorneys, or one's the chief. San Bernardino is the chief of staff.
Don't forget the water board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, they've taken you out of the picture anyway, so you're really not on the board. You're just sitting there watching.
Well, the fact that you don't associate me with the GA is actually a compliment.
Thank
you. Yes,
you're welcome. So anyway, I just want to bring this up. It's a lot of money. And I don't know how this is going to get resolved, but I think you're at the point where you got to force the issue, regardless of the outcome of this phase 2 trial. The only reason I say that is because if you don't deal with it, then they're going to continue to do what they're doing, and I don't think I've heard any discussion at the GA regarding how to deal with this replenishment fee, which is, by the way, not being paid by anybody in the valley. None of the large pumpers are paying it, only the water district. So you're bearing the entire cost of importing the water at this point. So I'll drop it at that, and thank you everybody for doing what you're doing, especially Mr. Worth. What a job, and I really enjoyed George's presentation.
Mike, you can't call anymore. You complimented a lawyer.
I know, but he knows I'm fighting for him. I gave him my favorite Jerry Garcia's tie 5 years ago. I hope he hasn't forgotten that.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike. Before we move on to our next caller, I want to make a mention too. Keep in mind, because the water district is paying the bulk of the fees and all replenishment fee, that it's ironic when you watch this trial that essentially the water district ratepayers are paying for all the attorneys. Well, not all the attorneys, I should say, but all the attorneys for the GA and for ours, which is just sometimes makes my hair stand up. So, all right, another caller. Do I have another caller? Go ahead.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. As far as there was a response to that Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority letter that went to Inyo County, and they're basically saying they don't know of any such project by your district, and they are still adamant about protecting their water, whether it's groundwater or surface water. And Mr. Vallejo, who is the appointed representative of the Inyo County Supervisor that has the position on the GA, has said at a prior meeting that basically anyone that tries to take water from Inyo County, period, will be met with huge opposition legally. So I just want to reiterate that Inyo County is extremely protective of all their water.
All right. Thank you, Renee. I'll make one comment. Back when all this started, one of the supervisors up there, it's in the newspaper, said, we will see Ridgecrest on compost toilets before we ever allow any water out of here. I thought it was a very nice comment from our friendly neighbors to the north.
And I want to make one comment to Renee's comment. Is it not on?
No, it's not on. Good.
We have gremlins. We have gremlins in our system.
Jim, shut him down if he goes too far.
Renee, are you there? I just want to say one comment to reiterate what Renee said and kind of in opposition a little bit. It is sad to me, Renee, that we do have a director on the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority that does not want to help this valley. And that's sad to me. So I think it's a shame.
As I recall, Inyo County actually voted against the GSP.
They did.
Yeah.
And the reasoning is because in the original GSP, the potential to use the LA aqueduct to bring water in was one of the options. And Inyo County wanted it deleted and it wasn't. And so they voted no. And that's the reason. They can tell you whatever, but that's why they voted no. And by the way, Inyo County has paid a total of $15,000 to the GA over the course of the life of the GA.
Interesting to note that the Inyo County is not the only organization to have reservations about relying on a pipeline to import water. And if you look at the original comments from the Department of Water Resources, they state that the idea that we're going to come to balance by importing water does not make them, I think they said comfortable, but it's something like that.
Okay, next.
Hi, Lindsay Stevens again. I would just like to encourage you all to request that Inyo County be treated similarly to the way they've treated you all, because it seems like they have a big conflict of interest, and so maybe they should be left out of much of the conversation. And maybe they should even be removed since they seem to be working against what the groundwater agency is trying to achieve. So.
Just one of many, many issues with that whole group. Thank you. All right, are we ready to move? Oh, I see another hand up. Okay, caller. Go ahead, caller.
Okay, in that response letter from Inyo County, they state they are in support of the IWGA's efforts and commitment to addressing ongoing critical overdraft occurring in the Indian Wells groundwater basin. And
as long as the water to the south.
They are not against what the GA's plan is right now, as long as the GA stays away from anything with LADWP.
That's a sad situation too, but that's the way it is.
And the flip side is they are in support of us fielding the bill for what we believe to be something in the neighborhood of a $500 million project to bring water in from some other part of California other than their valley.
Well, because they suffered huge consequences since Mr. Mulholland engineered that thing to steal all that water from Inyo County. They've suffered enough.
Oh, I'm born and raised here. I understand that, and I sympathize with them in that regard.
Chuck, unless you have a constructive comment.
You have a very constructive comment. Renee, when you're at the Groundwater Authority meeting Wednesday, or if you call in, please ask them this question. Did they send a letter, the Groundwater Authority, to Inyo County or to Little Lake Ranch showing interest in their water after the water district did?
Okay.
And what changed from that letter to why they wrote a letter stating it wasn't a good idea?
All right, let's move on.
Okay.
We're gonna move on, guys. Oh. If, who is it? Mike, make it quick, man.
Okay, I can do that. I can
Okay.
do that. I appreciate it. Importing water is not a solution, and I'll just point out that right now the Colorado River is drying up to a trickle, and the two largest reservoirs on the Colorado River, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are down at 32 and 24% of capacity, and Los Angeles and Phoenix and Las Vegas all rely on imported water. And look where they are. And as far as the state water project is concerned, everybody forgets to talk about the reliability factor. You have to buy twice as much water than you need because they only provide half what they can provide depending on the runoff. Well, that's a scam. So importing table A water from the state water project is a scam. And importing water from anywhere is not a solution. I view the Indian Wells Valley as a sub-basin of the northern basin, Owens and Rose. And this valley has suffered from over extraction by LADWP. And at the very least, I heard that there was over 100 acre feet of water that was spread during the 23 runoff. There could be a long-term spreading agreement that averages out to at least a couple thousand acre feet a year. It may not be anything 1 year, but it might be, 10,000 acre feet every 3 years. So spreading is a solution, and we have an incredible amount of groundwater in storage, and it's not an undesirable result if a small percentage of that is used. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Are we done with our callers? Going once, going twice, closed. I think we need to move on.
Please do.
So we're on to the general manager's update. Don't turn them off when you get them back on.
The podium works.
Yeah, they're all on, but earlier. Why do we keep going out?
Gremlins.
Oh, you turned yours off. Oh, man. It's getting late, yeah. We're not even down to the fun stuff yet.
Okay. I don't have my notes. That's not good. But for number one, usually we talk about any significant events we've been a part of or emergencies, and we haven't nothing to report from me. And George went over almost all of the legislative items that we are interested in and are following regarding data centers. There's one that has to do with, I can't remember what it has to do with people, like helping people pay their bills, and the state is supposed to be establishing a fund, kind of like they did during COVID, where if we'd assisted people, then we'd submit it to the state and get refunded. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. And there were no personal safety and injury reports in May.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
We'll let you guys get by with short and sweet today since it's a long meeting. Exactly. Okay, let's move on to engineering water supply updates.
So I'm gonna give an update on the consolidations. First one is in your current CSD. Like we mentioned earlier, we don't have any updates for that one. Moving on to 2 is Rademacher. The right-of-way specialist is still working on the easements for that. I did answer a couple questions that they had lingering, and I believe I sent off a easement template that they wanted to ask about. And we'll get an answer for that. On Dune 3, we did have our bid opening on June 3rd, which was Wednesday, and GHD is currently reviewing it, and they are supposed to give us a results by tomorrow morning, and that way we'll have it available for our special board meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
Moving on to item 4, Stark Street mutual water system. Staff actually completed potholing today. We're going to review it tomorrow and send it off to KNS, and they will most likely have the 95% drawings to us within this week. And also their consultant is working on the easements. And is that all for Stark? Or
Okay.
Moving on to Brady Street Transmission Pipeline. This project's almost about to wrap up. We completed the paving on Brady and Ward. We completed also the slurry fill of the abandoned CMLC line that's in the ground. And the remaining items we have is to finish the 2 remaining driveways, which we're currently working with the homeowners and the county, trying to resolve that issue. And doing final grading and touch-ups on the shoulder.
You know, the issue, as I understand it, is the previous driveways were concrete out to the road, and the county does not like that. They would like the repair to be done with asphalt only.
They would like it to be done with asphalt, and they actually gave it, the homeowner has the option to submit a permit to see if they can go back with concrete. Otherwise, then we'll just do asphalt
Okay.
if they agree to it.
Thank you.
I think it's worth mentioning that those driveways were installed on top of an easement, and we were under no obligation to replace those driveways, but we did it anyway.
To be good neighbors. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Justin?
I do one.
See, you're good.
Mine's working.
Yours working? I know we discussed this in the admin exec meeting, but it's my thought that we should be doing the Dune Street project and the Stark project in-house. I think we could save quite a bit of money and let the state pay us to do that job instead of paying a contractor and subbing it out. So have you guys worked, or could you work on some type of cost estimate so we could show a comparison before we award that contract? Because I know it will be better for us to do it than paying prevailing wage. I got the bid package, could not bid it, but I seen it. It's 235 days of prevailing wage.
I have
I'd
a
like to
question.
get
How does that benefit us?
How would it benefit us?
How would it benefit us?
It would benefit.
We're not going to make any money on it.
No, we're not gonna make any money on it.
Yeah.
But it would pay our employees for the construction crew to cover their wages. It would help our budget by being reimbursed from the state for them working for the next 235 days instead of paying it out to a contractor.
I disagree. I think that our construction crew has enough to do at this time. If you want, I don't know if the state will even accept that. So, Renee, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, the Dune 3 project's been in the works for 5 years. It was before we even had a construction crew. It is required to be competitively bid. And at this point, if we tried to make any changes, I don't think the job would get done in time in order to expend those funds. We have a certain, we have a third-party engineering firm and third-party inspection and everything. It's all kind of, the board wanted to be hands-off on that project. Now, Stark Street, it might be possible. We have to have a discussion with the Groundwater Authority. It's coming out of a different pot of money, and their grant manager would have to approve that. And I know they are on a very tight deadline to get that done, but it is possible that we can do that. We're going to have discussions about that. We do have a meeting with them tomorrow. We'll get updates also on getting the easements and what they're doing with that and with Rademacher too, I hope.
I mean, you give a good point, Chuck, but I think we need way in advance because if we're going to put together a bid package that's going to the state, there's a lot of work involved in that as well. That we'd have to put together for our engineering department, our contract engineering, and everything else. So it's a good thought, but I think we're late and a dollar short on this one. I think we're way too far apart.
I disagree on that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I think that the package that we put together would be the same, whether it's going to our crew or out for bid, except for the request for bid. Now, it's a third-party agency. I know that because I got the solicitation in my email, and that's what concerns me, is the time of work. It's only 12,000 feet of pipe, and they're allowing 235 days of work.
Okay.
So 235 days of work times per diem, you're averaging at least $100 an hour per guy. So
Also includes work contract.
Are you gone again?
I just think we should look at it.
So recently, we tasked the group, the chief engineer, to look at comparing the cost of the Inyakern Road project, which was paid on contract, to the in-house work done on Brady. Was that analysis done, or?
No, we haven't done that yet. As soon as the final costs come in for Brady, then we'll take a look at that.
Okay, because there's a data point that might be useful.
Yeah.
And my point is that one, that's a 24-inch line compared to a 12-inch and an 8-inch line. So you could get a lot of footage a day on a 12-inch or an 8-inch line compared to a 24-inch line.
We are gathering data for you.
Okay.
I'm not, up to speed on the details of the project, so I want to be careful what I say. But my feeling is we should always be doing a make or buy decision based upon data to determine whether or not we do it in-house or on contract. And if we haven't got the data to do a comparison, we probably should spend a little bit of time getting that data, because we do have a work crew. We're trying to get them trained to do the job better, faster, cheaper. And I think in the long run, we're going to wish we had funding to pay salaries in our budget next year. So.
And I'll say with Stark Street, it might be possible. Dune 3, we cannot. I mean, we're beyond the stage where we could have offered that, because back when we signed an agreement with the state and with Dune 3, the district wanted to be completely hands-off, all paid for by the state, and that's the way it is. And the contractor, when they agree to bid this job, they agree to be reimbursed once we get reimbursed by the state, then they get paid. So, and also it's paying for the consulting engineering firm and inspection and all, and the work that's being done on the private property to change people over and hook them up to the meter. So that's all being funded by this grant.
I can ask one thing. I don't know if you can find this out. I don't even know how the state would respond if we say, what if we bid on a project? Especially these consolidations that they're paying for entirely. What would their response be? I'm not sure what they would accept or not.
With Hometown, we
Yeah.
had an agreement to do that in-house.
Right.
And that got put on.
And they were going to reimburse us for us
Yeah.
all. Okay.
Yes. And so I think that's why I think Stark might be possible, but it is a DWR funded grant. It's not a state water resources
okay.
control board grant. It's a little different. One will pay for private property work, one will not. So yeah, I don't know.
There's a
That's
lot of
what
moving
We'll have to have a
parts.
discussion with the GA about that.
But I don't see a problem in the future on projects considering that if we have the time.
Right.
That confuses me. Why would the state not want to save money if we can just show them our billable hours of the time we were there? It's going to be much cheaper. So that makes no sense to me.
Now,
But
be that as it may, the state is restricted by state laws and policies, and they may have made it impossible for themselves.
We can't, I don't understand the state anyway.
We're kind of
Go ahead,
off
Jim.
topic.
So, these are different projects.
Just talk
They
about.
give us a contract, and it's very, very difficult to have it revised.
Yes.
And so, once we go into it and we sign that contract, we're bound by those. Maybe up front, like on Stark Street, we could do it, but the other ones, it's just contractually prohibited right now.
I see I have a comment or a question.
Comment. I would like that, Lindsay Stevens. I would like to always encourage you to do what Director Griffin is encouraging. I think building up your own staff resources and community resources is always better. Paying out-of-town consultants helps no one here, especially as ratepayers and taxpayers. It drove me nuts at the city how much we consulted out everything, inspections, designs. Like, it's like, we have engineers on staff, use them. If we have a construction staff, like, use them to the highest and best degree that we can, because again, we're keeping and retaining the knowledge and the money here in our own people, rather than bringing out of town consultants in and paying triple rates. So
I agree.
You know, the fact that we have a construction crew, the board of directors has been moving in that direction for a while. I think these are some specific projects, one of which may be possible to do that. The other one, we're constrained.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a construction crew for even a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe you have a caller.
Do I have a caller? Go ahead, caller.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. I would like to know the name of the new engineer who gave the report. He didn't really introduce
Introduce
himself.
yourself, Justin.
My name's Justin Thompson. I'm the new chief engineer here at the district. I was the associate engineer for the past 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to move on? Are you done, Justin, with your report?
No, one more.
Okay.
This one's quick.
Oh, water supply, yes.
So the water supply department right now is working on getting ARP1 up and running. They're working on disinfection this week.
That's an arsenic treatment plant.
Arsenic treatment plant, one. They're also performing maintenance on our other arsenic treatment plant, just in case, just to have it ready. We are also preparing to install additional cameras at our well sites. We have ordered materials, and we're just kind of doing the ground prep for that. And we are continuing to follow up with the Kern County Sheriff on the well 31 theft. And that's
Heard
it.
nothing back from the sheriff yet?
We reached out to him again today, and we still have no updates.
It's an election year. No, I'm just kidding.
Heads up, we had people breaking into our solar panel sites and clipping the wires off and then taking them to someone and recycling them. So they're causing tens of thousands of dollars in damage, probably for the benefit of a couple $100 on their part. We have cameras. We actually got videos of them coming in, clipping the wires, jumping in their SUV and driving home. And all of that has been handed to the county sheriff's office, and nothing. That was a month ago.
You can see who they are, tattoos on their arms.
Oh, yeah,
everything,
identifiable tattoos. It's practically handing them the entire case on a silver platter, and we have not had any motion out of them yet.
Oh, I'm still live. I'm afraid mine's going to go out next. Any comments, any questions before we move on? Justin?
Yeah, you have one in the back.
All right, caller.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. And again, have you thought of going to our supervisor and updating him on this problem?
Yes.
See if he can get the sheriff's department to act more quickly.
Yes, we will, and continue to.
Are you in dialogue with our supervisor?
I tried to. No.
Okay.
All right.
To be fair, he's not really very fond of us right now.
Yeah. We'd be better off to go straight to the sheriff.
But to be fair, he's very responsive. I text him a couple.
Yes.
Times. Does respond to your text.
We'll tell him
How
to
about-
get off the stick.
How about Donnie? Donnie likes us. Hey, Donnie likes us. I think I'll text him. Yeah. All right, on the financial.
Think it's working? Is it working?
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead, caller.
Touch it after I touched it.
Oh, man, I'm telling you.
Just learning from Jim. For the water use to date, you see, for May, we used 444 acre feet. That brings our total for the year up to 4,701 acre feet. Any questions on that?
I just realized that was a pretty, I was looking for the chart that Justin sent out for the month, but it's a low month compared to previous. Yeah.
It was cooler.
Yeah. Well, you see, it's almost exactly the same as the previous year.
Oh,
though.
yeah. Mhm.
441 versus 444. So, all right, go on to the next. For May, so 11 months of the fiscal year, we have actual revenues of 16,929,000, which is about 500,000 below budget. That's mainly due to capital contributions, grant contributions that we had anticipated with projects that they didn't get done, so we didn't get the grant funding for it yet. Expenditures of just under 16 million, which is at $1,272,000 below budget. So we have a net positive $1 million, which is 772,000 better than budget at this point in the fiscal year. I see capital expenditures of 2,354,000. Of that, 1.7 million is either funded by the bond proceeds or by grant funding. And then we've already talked about the GSA Groundwater Authority fees for a total of $19,742,841, in case anyone forgot.
Yes.
We did send out just over 1,200 leak alerts in May. It's kind of been a busy month. We've been getting a few calls about leaks and making calls about leaks.
Okay.
And next.
I have a question on that, Ty.
Yeah.
So I've had 3 calls this month and 1 today on unanticipated use.
Fix it.
So we can't do that anymore, that we don't have that program. Is there something we can look at? I know with the groundwater fee, it's gonna be hard because we still have to pay the replenishment fee. But is there any process we can look at or do some research to see if there's a way we could help the customers that have a leak that go over the high usage?
Yeah, what we've done in the past is we've reduced any tiers down to tier 1, but essentially all of ours is tier 1, so I don't believe there is. I'll defer to legal counsel on that, but because tier 2 is essentially just adding on the GA fee, so I don't know that there is anything we can do.
Okay.
Could I ask a personal favor? We were gone for 30 days. I know you're probably not offering me much sympathy for being on a cruise for that long. Nor am I asking for any, but I did have a leak while I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so our water bill this month was quite a bit higher than normal, but I didn't see any water smart reports in my inbox. Could you check to see if I've fallen off the list?
Yes, let me check.
Thank you.
But that's the one thing we can recommend, though, is just go on and make sure that you're signed up for leak alerts. If we have your information, we should be sending those out when the program catches that. And then for those customers who are out of town and they do get a leak alert, call us. We can go over and shut off the water to make sure it stops or check that out.
And remind people, when you go in there, you do set what you think your water usage, where do you want to be warned? So you have to sort of look at what your averages are and pick a point at what point you'll be warned. Yeah.
To get notification.
Yeah, to get notification, yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Hey, Kelly.
All right.
And I guess the last item here is we did have 74 lockoffs, which is a little higher than the previous year.
How many total do we have now?
I don't know, for the year.
Yeah.
I can get you that number.
But that doesn't mean they're still locked out. So I mean lockouts and yeah.
Right, we lock it off and usually they come in and make.
Right, so
pay.
he said 74 now is where we stand. Okay.
74 for the month of May.
Okay, great. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Just to remind everybody, the 11th, I believe is at 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
that we're having a special board meeting to go over the next year's budget and the approval for next year's budget. So if anybody wants to attend, you're welcome to. I guess.
Can you tell me what your attorney's monthly retainer fee is?
Ooh, You can.
No routine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not $12,999. Are you sure? Double check.
What's that?
You have a call.
I have a call? Okay, go ahead, caller.
Yes, when you talk about lock-offs, that's where you just shut their water off and then you expect them to come in and pay their water bill?
Well, we shut their water off. Yeah, that's after we've already done a 10-day notice and a 48-hour notice. And they usually have to be behind a couple of bills before we even start that. So yes, that's when all else is failed and they're not coming in to pay their bill, then yes, we do physically lock off their water.
So what form do they get the 10-day and the 48-hour
The
notices?
10-day notice is a letter and the 48 is a door hanger.
Oh, okay.
Nobody wants to have to lock somebody off, but we cannot operate without having people cover their water bills. Otherwise, we would wind up shortly running in the red, and that would be bad for everyone.
I just have one other question on the lock-off. So do they have to pay their whole water bill that they owe, or what if they're so destitute they can only pay part of it?
Once the water service is shut off, yes, full payment is required. If they come in before, and that's what we encourage, we can set up payment arrangements to avoid this.
Okay. Is that in the notice, the 10-day notice,
It is, yes.
that they could come in at the 10-day notice time and
Yes.
make arrangements for a payment plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we move on, Ty? All right, we're on to operations update. Go ahead, John, make it quick.
All right, let's get this wrapped up.
question.
First of all, I'd like to say, yes, the construction crew is new, but all the men that are on that crew do know what they're doing, and yes, we encourage to do it in-house, of course. It's their water too. They're gonna take better care of laying that main than any contractor will. And they'll do it right. But like Renee and them stated, it was 5 years ago that this started. So hopefully we can at least get one project out of this. These guys, like I say, they know what they're doing. They did that 24-inch main on Brady, phenomenal. So hopefully all that works out. Okay, let's just wrap this up. Valve exercising. We wrapped up 18 valves this year, or this past month, bringing us to a total of 528 year to date. We had 457 USA locates. This past month. The month before we had 218. So it is, they're still bringing in boring machines and everything. So we're doing best, keep up with that. That was just USA North. We had 0 for USA South. No des flushing. We didn't touch the machine this past month. We're just trying to keep up with the leaks that we've already had. We're playing catch up right now. After hour calls, we had 33. 14 of those were lateral repairs. 19 were customer assist. The month before, we had 15 calls. When it gets warmer, you'll see this number start creeping up every year. We see this trend. We had 27 lateral repairs. Previous month was 19. We did 8 lateral replacements. The previous month, we did 18. Now, the reason why that's down is we're doing those repairs as well, trying to stay on top of those. So a little bit off kilter this month, but we'll jump back on there and start pulling more services. We had a hydrant replacement and we had a valve repair as well. Future projects, we still have felspar coming up. So we'll be raising those valves. We are waiting for K&S to finish the steel building. Yes, they're outsourced, sorry. It's just the foundation that we had to get done. So hopefully that's pretty quick and that building will come to fruition here real quick.
Dave, you have lots of questions for him, I hope.
So we do have some projects coming up down the pipeline here that will keep us plenty busy. It's our pipeline.
When,
and you've already paid for it.
When do you start the second phase on Brady Street? Is that like October or something?
No, if everything, I don't want to misspeak, but if other projects come to light,
Right.
we will still hit January
Okay.
is our mission and our goal.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Any questions for John? What? Nothing? Oh, I see a hand up. All right, caller, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Savica,
Yes, ma'am.
on those hydrant repairs, you
Mhm.
said you replaced one hydrant. Was that because it was damaged or was there a theft?
No, there was no theft on this one. We try to rebuild them as much as we can, but some of them are just too old to rebuild and it's just not cost effective. So we just replace it and we save that hydrant. We call it our quote unquote boneyard, and we can steal other parts off of it to make other repairs.
Has the district had any hydrants stolen?
We have had no hydrants. You would notice that from a lake that would develop pretty quick or somebody getting wet. They are stealing caps. The police department is notified about this. Mr. Oberfield has even put out a PSA for us. Everybody is alert. There's a lot of theft going on right now. They're using it just for weight. They're not going to get any money out of these caps. So right now, we're in the process of purchasing plastic caps. There's no money in plastic for them, so, and we have let the fire department know as well. I've been in contact with the fire department, so they have been making a little list for us as well, and they call quite frequently, and we jump on top of that.
Okay, thank you for the update.
You're welcome.
Okay, any more comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move on to item 10, board comments and future agenda items. I'll start with you again, Director Boyd.
Staff, for all of your hard work and progress. Welcome to the world of general manager, our new general manager. I wasn't here when you actually stood in and assumed the role, but again, congratulations. Glad you're on board. That's it.
Stan?
I have two items. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who came tonight again, and I'd like to specifically thank those people who spoke into the microphone. That really helps. My second item has to do with last January. That was like 6 months ago. The leadership of the GA was supposed to switch from the city to the county. And I've lost track of the number of times I've asked for an agenda item to write a letter to the county, asking them why they're not complying with the JPA. It turns out it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Whenever the city is responsible for the leadership of the GA. That's money. It's good money. We could use that money. We need to send a letter. I still want to have an agenda item. If Jim can't get the letter drafted, we can still talk about it without a drafted letter. I want to make sure we understand, or the public understands, who wants and who does not want to send a letter. So if we can do something by next meeting, I would really appreciate it. It's been 6 months. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification for the public. The reason why it doesn't cost the county anything is the JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, originally said that participants, the counties, the water district, and the city would all cover their own legal expenses. Well, the reason it costs us money for the city's attorneys is that when the GA entered into the option agreement with the city of Ridgecrest over the planned wastewater treatment plant, they told in their agreement the city that if they let them have the option, one of their benefits would be they would be reimbursed for all of their legal expenses. So that is why the city gets paid and the county does not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Jim, you were going to say something and you backed down.
I said I'll have a draft letter for the July meeting.
Okay, I see caller. Go ahead. This is board comments though, so I'm not sure what you're calling for.
Oh, I didn't. I think it was still up from the last time I commented.
Oh,
I
Okay,
didn't mean to.
okay. Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, Chuck, you-
I just want to say thanks to everybody that came out. It was nice to see a crowd. I hope you guys continue to go to all the meetings, go to the Groundwater Authority meeting, attend every meeting, not just for this, but for anything. Stay involved because it's nice to see people involved. Well,
okay. Is that all you have, Chuck?
I've attended one.
Okay. Mr. St. Amand.
thank you. Appreciate your input and your coming out and joining us and avoiding this being another lonely meeting. And I would also like to congratulate our new chief engineer, Justin. Well done and
Oh,
welcome
you beat
aboard.
me to that, you know?
Sorry,
Well,
Mr.
see, that's
President.
what's great going last. They said everything. I want to reiterate, thank you for coming out. And don't, just because of this particular topic, you know, come on out and visit with us. I mean, sit for a while. It's nice to get some people out here, get some interest. And I think Chuck has said it, you know, it's about the public getting involved. That's where everything starts, in my opinion. So I surely appreciate it. Welcome, Justin. I'm sure, have you developed that X-ray vision I was talking about yet? So you can look at all the pipes? Still working on that? Okay. Engineers could do that kind of stuff, you know. And of course, welcome to Renee officially in the role now.
Yep.
And did you have any comments?
I do have one, just to give you guys a heads up. Our July meeting will be a public hearing on our urban water management plan
Okay.
and water shortage contingency plan. That'll be in July.
All right, thank you. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead to next regular board meeting is July 13th. And with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 9:06. Yeah, and you guys stuck in there. Thank you so much. And remember, you can bring cookies and popcorn for.
Al, would you like